Absolutely. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Ed to order. Let's please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. Good evening. As you can see, I do not have my partner here. Dr. Jones did join us for executive session, but unfortunately she is not feeling well. And so she is going to drive home and join us virtually. She doesn't live far, so I think she'll be on shortly. She'll also, there are obviously some things we talked about in executive session. One of them was on safety and security, and she will address some of that in her superintendent's report later. One other thing that I wanted to do before we start the meeting, I should also note that Christina Downey and Michael Joseph are panelists that are joining us virtually. They're also not feeling well, or there are different reasons, health concerns. So we are where we are. I would like to make a motion actually to move the second item of the consent agenda, which was on the Board of Education meeting calendar, to the first item on the action items. Can I get a second for that motion? Thank you, Karen. And can I also then, can we take a vote? And we're gonna have to do roll call, unfortunately, tonight, since we do have people on virtually, so we're gonna have to go back to that. So if you're in favor of moving this item for the consent agenda to action items so we can actually discuss it, I'd appreciate that. So Cody Kittle, how would you vote? Yes. Karen Hirsch?
Yes.
Joe Kelly?
Yes.
Laura Costin? Karen Kowalski? Christina Downey?
Yes.
And Michael Joseph
Yes.
Mercanti Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes 8-0. Okay, I'm going to put now a motion of the consent agenda on the table. Can I get a second for that? Karen Hirsch. Okay, let's do a roll call again. Starting down that way this time. Laura Costin? Say yes, please. Yes. Okay, Joe Kelly?
Yes.
Karen Kowalski? Yes. Kathleen Stowe is a yes. Karen Hirsch?
Yes.
Cody Kittle, thank you. Christina Downey?
Yes.
Michael Joseph Mercanti Anthony?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes 8-0. Okay, now we go into our public hearing, and we are going to hear from the student government. Are they here in person? They are in the back. Thanks, guys.
Good evening, Chairman Stowe, Dr. Jones, and members of the board and meeting attendees. I'm Javi Serra, Senior Class President at Greenwich High School. Currently, the student government is facilitating the Voice for Change initiative. Governor Lamont has allocated $1.5 million of federal ARP ESSER funding for 76 participating high schools. At GHS, students are drafting their proposals on how to best spend $20,000 to improve the GHS community at large. Ultimately, the student body will vote for a proposal on March 11th, and the winning proposal will be awarded the $20,000 in federal funding. Voice for Change offers students a unique opportunity to have a direct hand in improving GHS, and I'm excited to see what creative initiatives my peers can come up with. Even if students don't create the winning proposal, they will be participating in an active and productive dialogue about how to improve Greenwich High School, and I'm hopeful that this discussion will continue. Greenwich High School is home to over 3,000 students and faculty, and its best self can only be realized through the active engagement and advocacy of all of its community members. Additionally, we have heard that the bridge under Route 1 will be undergoing repairs next fall, and the traffic will be one lane both ways for 2 years. Considering that in its current 5-lane state, Route 1 at Hillside has frequent traffic jams of a considerable size, the limit in lanes will only cause more traffic and with it, aggravation. To address these traffic concerns, students support the swift construction of the access road near Cardinal Stadium. We understand that it may require additional funding in order to work on both the GHS vestibule and phase 2 of the stadium project in the same year, but we feel that time is of the essence for both of these necessary projects. As representatives of the student body, we implore the board to prioritize funding for the completion of phase 2 of the stadium project as soon as possible, especially as the construction on the bridge under Route 1 begins. I'd also like to publicly advocate on behalf of our school resource officers, Fred Reich and Chris Wallace, regarding their interest in a third partner, a therapy dog. From rigorous academics to navigating a 2-year-long pandemic, GHS students deal with plenty of stress. I, alongside with the overwhelming majority of students based on a recent survey, believe that a full-time therapy dog could help students navigate this stress just a little bit better. High school will always have its fair share of ups and downs and drama in between, but we all can agree that seeing a furry four-legged friend would surely put a smile on anyone's face. Finally, I want to offer my overdue congratulations to Chairman Stowe, Vice Chairwoman Kowalski, Mr. Kittle, Ms. Costin, and Mr. Mercanti Anthony on their new positions. I'm excited to work with all of you as we move forward. I'll see you all in 2022. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much. It's a good way to start the meeting.
Good evening, Chairwoman Stowe, Dr. Jones, members of the board, and meeting attendees. I'm Kwame Boateng, Student Body President of Greenwich High School. December 14th, 2012 was a dark day in America. The 26 precious lives taken at Sandy Hook Elementary School of Newtown, Connecticut, were 26 lives gone too soon. I remember that day. I was a third grader who had no clue as to why the teachers were frantically talking with each other, why police and barricades heavily guarded our usually lively pickup circle, and why my mother hugged me so tight when I returned home from school that day. I had no clue that kids that were barely younger than myself and teachers would not be returning to their loved ones that evening. As I matured each year, December 14th would fill my usually upbeat and energetic self with a silent fear, a stillness and light of a tragedy so disturbing that I could simply do nothing but think, what if that was me? However, this emotion is something that I continue to confront, as Sandy Hook was not the last time that a mass school shooting occurred during my primary and secondary education. I'd like to use this opportunity with you tonight to offer my reflections and the student perspective on what took place at Greenwich High School 1 week ago on Thursday, December 9th. I, along with many students, fled GHS in fear of what could be, not in fear of what was. The disturbing message written on the bathroom stall had spread like wildfire via social media, and the lack of communication from the administration threw the school into a state of chaos. Kids were physically running through the hallways, breaking out into panic attacks, and crying in light of a situation they had limited information about and could only assume the worst possible outcome of. Out of the 10 years that I have been a student in this town, last Thursday was the first day for even a split second that I questioned my safety in school. Consequently, students were incredibly disappointed in the administration's response. Javi and I are grateful that we had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Mayo on Friday to express our discontent with the lack of clear communication with staff, teachers, and students, and the fact that no shelter in place and/or lockdown was initiated. We appreciate that Mr. Mayo was highly responsive to our concerns and openly admitted that there were better ways to handle the situation. Mr. Mayo's willingness to acknowledge where things went wrong and the administration's commitment to handling dangerous threats in the future gives me hope that we won't see something like last Thursday ever again at GHS. It pains my heart to say, but the reality is we live in a generation of school shootings, and navigating threats is a given obstacle for the future. 2 days ago at GHS, we commemorated the victims of Sandy Hook by wearing green and writing down the names of either teachers or friends within the building that we trust to have our back. That practice is a great way to honor the victims of that day and the many other days that we wish never happened. However, the best way to honor them, the only way that really matters, is to properly equip our schools with improved protocols to protect students, faculty, and administration. To that end, as representatives of the student body, we will work tirelessly with the GHS administration to ensure that safety procedures are followed and communication protocols are in place to protect our school community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Take care and enjoy the holiday with loved ones. We look forward to a happy and safe 2022.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have comments from GEA, Lil. She's online, you said.
Go ahead, Lily, you can speak now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lillian Perone, President of the GEA. We are all here tonight in some type of leadership role, whether you know it or not. In that role comes great responsibility. Whether we're a BET member, Board of Education member, administrator, teacher, parent, or student, that responsibility comes for us to make decisions that are best for our children, our teachers, and our community, and not based on personal gain, privilege, or party interest. I was reading an article in Newsweek the other day, and it talked about how hard it is for colleges to get students to go into mining. I bet you thought I was going to say teaching. That is true too, but that's not what the article was about. Why would you want to get a degree and learn the techniques of coal mining? It has a negative mindset of being dangerous, a dirty job. The thought behind this article was, if we are to move forward as a nation and world and become energy efficient, we need miners to learn the new techniques to mine for precious metals, to make our fuel efficient cars and other things that are going to help our carbon emissions to save the environment. Bottom line, we need to change our thought processes and look at things differently and through a different lens. We can't think and do things the same way anymore because life has changed as we know it. It does not work and it does not bring the desired results that we need. So where am I going with this? Well, hop on the school bus, everybody, fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to take you for a ride. We are humans and creatures of habit. Change is not easy, and it's very difficult for some to accept. I believe in Greenwich, our parents, our students, teachers, and our community. So let the ride begin. To my BET friends, I've heard you say in meetings that we need to keep 2% cap, and then at other meetings say, if you need money, we'll let the floodgates open. Well, now's the time to let those gates open, my friends. I ask you to do everything that you can to support the superintendent's budget. Our administration has done their due diligence to be fiscally responsible and make adjustments where they can. But if we are truly to be a great district and service all our students, it's not going to happen with that 2%. Oh yes, I hear you say that we don't make the cuts, we just cap it. It's up to the superintendent and the board to figure it out. Well, you need to change your mindset. Our schools, our children, our teachers, our parents need you now, and you can't put a cap on that. And working with Dr. Jones and having conversations with administration, I know they have worked hard to find efficiencies. Our children are more than just a number. We could never have planned for what we would have experienced during these past 2 years as a district, state, and nation. We need to all think and act differently. Remember, our teachers did pivot. We were the only district in school. Our teachers were exhausted physically and mentally. We still have not recovered. We have buildings that collapsed, teachers displaced from the classrooms and buildings. Our ALP teachers have accommodated a model change that they accepted during COVID, but now we must make things fair and equitable for them. Our SPED staff are overwhelmed, overworked, overloaded, along with our pre-K teachers and eval teams, as they must learn new ways and create new teams for us to be responsive to incorporate the needed changes required for our special education report. To my administration friends, you must always have the courage to fight what is right for your students and staff and have the courage to speak the truth. To the parents and our Greenwich community, we need to start to see and talk about what we have in common and not our differences. I may not agree with some of your actions and some of your words, but what I do agree with is what we have in common, and that is your love for your children. Trying to communicate what is in your heart, what you feel right is for you and your children. We just need to find a better way to do it together as a community and working together. We must also educate our children on social responsibility and responsible use of social media and how impactful and damaging misinformation can be. And lastly, to my GEA friends, thank you. You've been through a lot these past 2 years. Try to do what you do best, teach. Learning new ways to teach, coming into work each day, not knowing what to expect, doing your best, caring for students, and at the same time caring for yourself, your families, and your own children. but we too must act differently. Whether you've been vaccinated or not vaccinating, we are teachers, we are professionals. It is our responsibility as professionals to work and collaborate with our fellow colleagues, no matter what our differences are, because we are here for students and for each other, and that comes first. In closure, please listen to this following word, very powerful quote. When my first speech as president, I share it with you as in closing by Chaim Ganat. I've come to the frightening conclusion that I am a decisive element. It is my personal approach that creates the climate. It is my daily mood that makes the weather. I possess tremendous power to make life miserable or joyous. I can be a tool of torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate or humor, hurt or heal. In all situations, it is my response that decides whether a crisis is escalated or de-escalated, and a person is humanized or dehumanized. If we treat people as they are, we make them worse. If we treat people as they ought to be, we help them become what they are capable of being. Thank you all. Have a healthy, happy, and safe holiday, and I'll see you in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lil. Next up from PTAC, Mimi Duff.
Good evening, Dr. Jones, Chair Stowe, and other members of the Board of Education. I am Mimi Duff, President of PTA Council, representing the 15 school PTAs and the families of all of their members. I'd like to start my comments by saying thank you to our educators and administrators that continue to rise to the challenge during trying times. We recognize that as COVID numbers rise and we deal with potential security issues, that our educators and that our students also are under a great deal of stress. We stand ready to assist in any way we can, so please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything we can do. I'll focus my comments tonight mainly on our support for the budget, and a couple of my colleagues will also speak. Committee chairs from the Special Education Support and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion will also provide comments, and we fully support their efforts as they continue to advocate for our students. On to the budget. We had a PTAC board meeting today, and our board fully supports the proposed operating and the capital budgets for the Greenwich Public Schools. On the capital side, we're very concerned about the current state of many of our buildings, not to mention the lack of ADA accessibility and essential security issues. We support efforts to close the gap on all deferred maintenance, which is currently contributing to so many structural issues. Investing in infrastructure improvements and the maintenance of the town schools is of utmost importance. In our meeting, we were also brainstorming about how we can help our Board of Education and also the BET members understand the urgency of the needs. We would be happy to coordinate with school officials, the Board of Ed, and the BET to make sure that all of our elected officials have the most educated and complete picture of the current state of our buildings. We were happy to hear that the Board of Ed took a tour of Central Middle School before the last meeting. That's a good start. Given the size of the school budget line items, we would like to see all, meaning each and every one, of the elected officials on the Board of Ed and the BET attend school tours for each of the potential renovation projects. To that end, we are happy to help coordinate to make sure that schedules can be accommodated. To reiterate, we fully support the proposed operating and capital budgets as proposed by Dr. Jones. I want to close by highlighting some of the great work going on in PTAC these days. First and foremost, we continue to work with the district on many committees, including textbook reviews for high school math and middle school French curriculums, along with various other topics, including ALP, SPED, and academic achievement. We remain grateful to be involved in these conversations, and hopefully through our involvement, we can achieve better outcomes for our students. We appreciate the efforts by the administration to foster greater consistency, transparency, and academic excellence in our district. Our goals in PTAC are fully aligned in this way. 2 weeks ago, we also hosted a public session on socio-emotional learning and academics. The speakers included Drs. Alina and Fabian Boyce from the Greenwich Public School District Behavioral Support Team. The presentation was recorded and is available on our PTAC website under Council Resources, Presentations, and Resources. Stay tuned for more of our public sessions, which are monthly on Fridays, and we will do a better job to advertise these in advance. They're always recorded and made available. Thank you for your time, and I'd also like to wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mimi. All right, now we're going to start with our community comments. I have to say, I don't know if anyone appreciated the new agenda where we have times and they're obviously not set in stone, but they're guidelines. I realize we're already running 5 minutes behind, but hopefully we'll catch up. But we will have an hour, of course, like we have in the past, of community comments. We do have 28 speakers, so I suspect we'll be having more at the end of the meeting. But with that, as you know, you have 3 minutes, and I think the first person up is Jennifer Taylor. So we're prepared, followed by Randy Chiquino. Sorry, thank you. I'm sorry to ask this, but you have to keep your mask on.
I do. It's honestly very hot and
I
hard to
know,
breathe.
I know. I believe me, I feel your pain.
Okay.
It's not our call. It's under the executive order.
Dear members of the board, thank you for taking the time to listen to me this evening. I hope. Oh, can you hear me now?
That's beautiful. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to reset myself. Dear members of the board, thank you for taking the time to listen to me tonight. I hope you enjoy my JC Strong candy that I left up there for you. My name is Jennifer Taylor, mommy of 4 cute and crazy kids. Ages are 2, 4, 6, and 8. My husband, Sam Taylor, and I are both products and proponents of public school education. We are proud to tell people that our children attend Julian Curtis and grateful for the opportunities afforded by the district. That said, Julian Curtis facilities are antiquated at best. We implore you to allocate the resources desperately needed for this school. We decided to move back to Greenwich in 2019 and raise our children in my husband's childhood home. As such, we are the second generation of Taylors to benefit from Julian Curtis. I have to say, while the exterior of the schoolhouse is extremely charming, both Sam and I were shocked to see the facilities were nearly identical to those from 3 decades before. I was saddened by the lack of restoration at JC, especially when you consider that I grew up in a small town outside Cleveland where my own elementary school has been twice renovated during the same time. To be honest, the town's lack of attention to their facilities even gave me pause when considering where we would educate our children. We are a family strongly rooted in GPS. My mother-in-law, Diane Taylor, received the Distinguished Teacher Award in 2017, and my brother-in-law, Dan, is the fun gym teacher at North Miamis. Thanks to GPS, the 4 kids from this family went on to graduate from elite universities such as Harvard, Penn, Columbia, NYU, and Wake Forest, to name a few. 3 of the 4 children live and work in the community too. Don't we all love when we get to see the talent come back? As you can see, we know and value the opportunities afforded by GPS. The unfortunate truth, however, is that many of our facilities are in the same sorry condition as the New York Giants football record this year. Julian Curtis needs your help so that our facilities can match the same high performance as our teachers,
30 seconds.
so that our teachers have the modern resources that need to continue educating at an elite level, so that our parents moving to Greenwich can tour the school and have the confidence that they don't have to send their children to private schools to receive a tremendous education. I am here to support the proposed capital spending for Julian Curtis and the other schools in our community. There is no question teachers are second to none. The only thing that we are missing are the facilities to match. We want to have an environment where all children can thrive and learn. JC is incredibly diverse, as you know, with 60
Time.
countries and 30 languages
you very
represented in
much,
all
Jennifer.
socioeconomic
All
backgrounds.
right.
This
next.
Title I school
Time.
deserves
Sorry.
town support.
Thank
and-
you. We gotta go. Next up is Randy Chiquino, followed by KDU. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Education members. Thank you for your time. I want to start by thanking you for your past and future service in your very important role, making a positive impact in our children's future. I am the PTAC representative for curriculum enrichment for Julian Curtis School, and I fully support the 1.8 million renovation on the capital budget for Julian Curtis. And I'm here not only as a JC parent today, but as a parent of future schools in the future. I chose JC for my child to be a magnet student because of the size of the school, the community I felt upon visiting, and that so that my child will be with a diverse student population representative of the public school setting that I grew up in, which I felt served me well. I have found it to live up to those expectations. I'm a very involved parent, advocate, and give back by enriching the students with experiences that will help them thrive academically, like author visits, and also expose them to learning outside the classroom and curriculum like Bronx Zoo visits, science programs, field trips. In doing this for over a year, I've come to learn how much the JC community in particular so heavily depends on everything that comes from the district and the school and not from anything outside of it. As a Title I school where over 40% of students qualify for free or reduced lunch, I can tell you firsthand how our JC students' learning relies on what comes from all of you and our district and budget, from infrastructure to curriculum to enrichment to having the right space to learn. Therefore, their path for the future depends heavily on the decisions made by all of you. Also, over the last year, I've experienced the decreases year on year of assured experiences and enrichment paid for by the district, as it is not a distinct line item on the budget, and therefore it doesn't always get protected like other budget line items. Beyond the learning environment, the learning experiences are also in decline. This puts even more pressure on our small Title I school to somehow fend for itself, for kids to learn, and we simply can't keep up. The parents can't keep up. We do not live in that type of district or community, and the kids are losing out because of it. Our children deserve to have a school that is up to 21st century learning
30 seconds.
environment and experiences alongside safety standards as a start. It is too long overdue, along with the other GPS capital projects, and it's time. Thank you for your time. Happy holidays, everyone.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Katie Yu, who I think I see online, followed by Stephanie Cowie.
Good evening. Can you hear me, Kathleen?
I can. Thanks, Katie.
Super. I'll try to be brief. Good evening. In light of last week's events, tonight's discussion about a safety road for GHS could not come at a more apropos time. It is my understanding that the Board of Ed is largely in support of the safety road, but as this is a public forum, hopefully with media coverage tonight, I'm speaking merely to lend my support to the development of this safety road. As students barreled out of GHS last week in fear and panic to the safety of their cars, they were greeted with a stranglehold of cars in frozen traffic on Hillside and East Putnam. When a media truck collided with a student driving a car, the situation got worse. And when the ambulance tried to come to the aid of those injured in the collision, it did. In spite of all this, I have actually heard some say that we were lucky. Thank God no one was killed. I do not say that lightly. Right now is the time to approve this plan and move it forward. Lastly, I really just want to ask if our hands are really tied with regard to the recent outbreak of COVID cases in our district. Today, I myself received 3 health alert emails. As we're deluged with health announcements today, I think we really need to think about what we are doing right now. As families prepare for the break and visiting families and friends, some of whom may be elderly, why are we not considering starting the break earlier or having a couple of remote days before the break, or at least giving students the option to learn remotely from home? In closing, I would like to take a moment to thank the Board of Ed for all that you do and to wish each of you all the best in the new year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie. Next up, Stephanie, who I see, Cowie right there, followed by Miles Spencer.
Superintendent Dr. Jones, board and cabinet members. My name is Steph Cowie and Layla Horn and I are co-presidents at GHS. Following last week's events, we want to thank all those involved for their swift determination that this was not a credible threat and for concluding the investigation. We would like to thank Dr. Jones and the Greenwich Police Department for working closely with GHS. Special thanks to our GHS SROs, Officer Wallace and Reach, as well as our GHS administration. We know there were many issues that day, and in speaking with the administration and Greenwich Police Department, they heard our concerns and will work to collaborate and do better. We need to look at things differently. Now on to the budget. We stand in support of Dr. Jones' 22-23 operational and capital budget. We also stand with the many here this evening and at home in support of the outstanding projects at OG, JC, GHS, and Central Middle School. We do not deem any one project to be greater priority need than the other. All of these projects are priorities because they all are safety issues, HVAC, air quality, ADA, capacity or security, life safety. There are many in this town who have sat and or continue to sit on feasibility or building committees like the GHS Vestibule Committee that are tasked with the very same priority, safety. We would like to highlight GHS Cardinal Field Improvement Phase 2, which is the second egress for GHS, a priority because of what? You guessed it, safety. GHS houses close to 3,300 lives each day, sits on 54 acres with only one way out and one way in. As you can imagine, this causes many students, parents, faculty, and neighbors anxiety, thinking about the what if scenarios. We agree. In past, emergency responders have found it difficult getting to the school and access to the school for emergency and or drills because of the lack of a second egress. Without the completion of Phase 2, the second egress, we are putting our entire GHS community at risk. There is a pattern here. These very same priorities are presented year over year by the Board of Ed to the BET, yet nothing moves forward. It is unfortunate that the majority of our BET members are not in agreement with these projects, and they continue to kick the money can down the road. But to what end? A catastrophic event where safety has been the greatest lapse? We need to take better care of our children, teachers, faculty, neighbors, and families by taking care of our infrastructure. We need your voices. We ask parents to please contact the BET representatives and advocate for the needs of the
30
Greenwich Public
seconds.
Schools. Thank you all for your time and consideration, and to the Board of Ed, we thank you for continuing to do what you are doing each and every day. So thank you. Stay healthy. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Next up, Miles Spencer, followed by David Levine. I don't see him. Okay, so we could always come back if he appears. All right, is that you?
No, I was the next.
I'm sorry, David. All right, go ahead, David Levine.
Excited.
Yeah, there you go. You got up early. Thank you. All right, David Levine, followed by Andy Cosby.
Well, good evening, Chairwoman Stowe, Dr. Jones, and board. It's good to see you all again. My name is David Levine. My daughter Autumn is in second grade in Mrs. Schuster's class at Julian Curtis, and my wife Lauren and her 3 siblings went to JC 40 years ago. We love Julian Curtis. Budget conversations are hard. I know that, and it's because budgets are about values. It's about putting our values into actions, making hard decisions. As an investor, I think about numbers a lot. And so in support of the 1.8 million line item for Julian Curtis, I thought it would be helpful to put it in context. Look, in Greenwich, we are so blessed. We have $390 million a year in revenues, 390 million. And so this 1.8 is basically 0.5% or 0.5% of our revenues of 390 million a year. But 390 million it's a big number. I can't really wrap my head around it. So I thought, why don't I just put this in a context that I could understand? The average household in our county makes about $150,000. So 0.5% is about $700. So that's what we're talking about. The equivalent of a $700 investment. But what does the $700 achieve? What values does it represent? Let's look critically at that. I think Julian Curtis is the epitome of what Greenwich should value. First, education. JC is a magnet school. 25% of the kids choose to go there for the education, which is great. Second, it's a low-income school. Title I, as was mentioned before, 40% or more of the students come from low-income families. And third, diversity. Julian Curtis is diverse economically, it's diverse racially, which is important. Also ethnically, 60 countries and 30 languages. Do we as Greenwich residents value education? Do we value our low-income communities? Do we value diversity? For 70 years, sadly, it looks like the answer has been no when it comes to Julian Curtis. In terms of how we've made these decisions and how we've deployed our dollars, it's made it look like we don't value education, we don't value diversity, and we don't value our low-income families. But that's not Greenwich. We know that's not Greenwich, and that's not at least
30
how we've
seconds.
acted in many ways. With Ham Avenue and New Leb, we have invested. So why not tonight, the board come together unanimously and support this once in 70 years equivalent of $700 investment in Julian Curtis. It's a small investment, but it begins to put our actions in line with our values, standing for education, low-income communities, and diversity. Please, as representatives of our community, show that Greenwich values Julian Curtis. Please unanimously approve this line item for JC.
3 minutes.
And
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Next up, Andy Cosby, who I believe I see online, followed by Elizabeth Dempsey.
Can you hear me?
We can proceed. Thanks.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Members of the board and Dr. Jones, my name is Andy Cosby. I'm the mother of 3 students in grades 2, 5, and 6, and a co-lead of the PTAC Special Education Support for the district. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Special Education Support Committee, which is referred to as SES, to highlight current areas of concerns for SPED families. I would like to begin by thanking our Interim Chief of Special Education and Student Services, Dr. Helen Gafford, for making herself regularly seen and available to the SPED community. It is a welcome change. In discussions with our SES building representatives and the SPED parents of Greenwich Public School students, 2 primary topics have emerged. 1, expansion of the preschool program, and 2, questions and concerns regarding building level leadership, accountability, and consistency. I will first start with the expansion of the preschool program. The program is considered a gem in the GPS system. It is a 2-year program and offered at 4 of our elementary schools with enrollment for current school year of 220 students. This compares to K-5 enrollment of 3,700, or about 620 students per grade level. The program exists for the purpose of fulfilling the federal government mandate to provide intervention for preschool kids with disabilities. As such, families with an IEP do not pay, while Gen Ed families pay approximately $8,000 to $11,000 for the 5-day, 5 to 6 hour a day program, which equates to about $10 an hour. Compared to private school options, this is a great value. Demand for the program is robust from the Gen Ed population and a growing population of identified children with disabilities. Early intervention for SPED children is proven to work. Yet the GPS preschool program has been declining in size, while students with disabilities are increasing. The earlier in a child's development that we invest saves money in the long run for SPED students due to the efficacy of early intervention. Furthermore, payments from Gen Ed families can help underwrite the expansion costs. We ask that this program be reviewed for
30
expansion.
seconds.
Building leadership, accountability, and consistency, as highlighted by the recent SPED audit, there is uneven building level leadership and an inconsistent application of special education eligibility, testing, and services. Best practices exist at some schools and not at others, and it is highly dependent upon building level training and leadership at the principal, assistant principal, and in the case of the high school, house level. While this is addressed in the SPED action plan,
Time.
we ask for a district.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Happy
Next-
holidays.
You too. Next up, Elizabeth Dempsey, followed by Jill Marchek.
Good evening. I speak tonight to urge the BOE and the BET members who are listening to prioritize the funding of the GHS road because it provides a second form of egress and is a safety necessity. For 2 years, I participated in a town-appointed committee to study the parking and traffic issues surrounding GHS. The committee included police, GPS security, senior public works engineering officials, P&Z, our GHS principal, and outside traffic consultants. Truly, these experts are our town's MVPs. Parking spots, traffic backups, and the road engineering options were studied and compiled. We looked at the traffic circulation patterns that were envisioned versus what actually happens at GHS every day. In this committee, complaints by parents about lack of access during lockdowns were raised. GPS staff explained they were aware that emergency services can't reach the school during a lockdown due to the road becoming blocked by parents and student cars. So as part of the master plan, KG&D school consultants designed the GHS access road as a solution. Support for the road was resoundingly unanimous, including public statements by police, Principal Mayo, the PTA Council, and all parents who all have been asking for this situation to be resolved. As you know, a second situation occurred last week when Hillside became blocked again. This time, without a lockdown alert, it was caused by just a fraction of the GHS students leaving the building. Parents again complained on chat rooms and elsewhere that emergency services would not have been able to get through the blockages, and thankfully, it wasn't a real threat. The BET and town leadership need to recognize that a single access road leaves your largest population center in town vulnerable. Our new secure front entrance will improve security, but it won't help police or ambulances reach those in need if an emergency occurs and Hillside is blocked. Lastly, the BET and indeed all town leaders should be uniting now to face the town-wide challenges when the state rebuilds the bridge at Putnam Road. As we know, 20,000 people a day cross this intersections, and it will be reduced to single lanes if all goes to plan for 2 years. This is not just a school priority, it is a town priority. Our largest emergency corridor will be crippled, causing potential life or death time delays well outside of the GHS neighborhood. I applaud Dr. Jones, who says often that
Thank
safety
you
is our
very
number
much.
one priority.
Okay, we have to move on next. Thank you. Jill Marchek, who I see online, followed by Heidi Matanis. Sorry if I didn't say that right.
Can you hear me okay? Am I not
We
muted?
can, go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Good evening, everyone. I'm a neighbor. I'm a neighbor who's a great fan of Greenwich High School, and I'm asking for your support for an additional egress road from the high school. My husband, Glenn, and I live on Hillside Road. Our family has been in the same house there since 1970. My husband attended Greenwich Public Schools, including GHS, as did both our children. Word spread quickly about last Thursday's event at the high school, and it reminded me immediately of the scare we'd had in the 2012-2013 academic year when both of our children were locked down at the high school because of a threat. As with that threat, the street area around the school last week just froze, and we wondered how first responders could get to the school quickly. If Hillside Road was completely blocked last week when some and not all of the students left the school, how could the police or GEMS, emergency medical services, have accessed the campus if this had been a real shooting threat? For us, this should be the district's highest priority. and is a large liability right now for the safety of staff, students, and our entire community. Obviously, GHS has been expanded over the years, but it hasn't been brought up to modern building codes when it comes to access. Now, I'm just an amateur, but I find it hard to imagine that any school could be built here today with only one form of access, especially one of this size. And yet the issue is unaddressed. And whilst a road to Putnam Avenue could help traffic flow, more importantly, it's a critical safety component. And plus, it's hard to fathom what will happen when the Brothers Brick Bridge is rebuilt at the end of Hillside Road with a single lane over a period of 2 years or possibly more. So this problem calls for leadership from all of our town officials, and I ask you please to proactively step up to this challenge without delay and swiftly rectify the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Heidi Matanis, followed by Jamie Downs. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Heidi Matanis. I live on Hillside Road. My 3 kids attended the public school and graduated from GHS. All 3 of my kids told me they felt like sitting ducks in the common luncheon area if there was an active shooter shooting down, which is tragic that our kids even have these visions these days. My son was involved in the lockdown that Jill Marshak mentioned. I didn't know it was happening. I looked out of my 3rd floor window where my office is and saw dead standstill traffic on our street going in both directions. I walked out on the lawn and started getting texts from other mothers, and basically it was a mess. And I'm here to emphasize that the access road is not a road of convenience for pickup and drop off. It is a safety necessity. And I really think the town is putting itself at a great liability to ignore it. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, Jamie Downs, followed by Amy Muth. Do you see Jamie online? I don't.
I do not see Ms. Downs. If she could raise her hand.
Okay, seeing nothing, let's move on. Next up is Amy Muth, followed by Alyssa Van Os.
We're going to combine our time.
Yeah, we're going to go one right after the other.
Okay, sounds good.
Dear Dr. Jones, Chairwoman Stowe, and Board of Education members, thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. We are Alyssa Van Os and Amy Muth, PTAC DEI co-chairs and parents of 3 children within the district. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee is a special PTAC committee this year. We hope it will continue to be a committee within our district going forward. We co-chair alongside a dedicated community of reps from nearly every school in the district who are concerned about racial imbalance, inequity in our schools. Our mission is to foster an overall sense of belonging within the GPS community by intentionally building relationships and inviting diverse perspectives to the PTA. We are also collaborating with the PTAs to find the most effective way to partner with all families and help every student reach their full potential. In addition, we have met with community leaders and consultants throughout Fairfield County specifically to see who can partner and potentially share resources. In last month's Board of Education meeting, the Racial Imbalance Survey was presented by Dr. Carabillo. Highlights of this survey included that in the last 10 years, the percentage of Greenwich Public School students who identify in categories other than Caucasian has increased from 29.5% to 39.6% from 2012 to 2021. That is more than a 10% increase. The percentage of students who identify as 2 or more races has nearly doubled from 2.9% 10 years ago to 5.7% in 2021. And students who identify as Latin has increased from 18.1% to 22.6% in the last 10 years. We have 2 schools, New Lab and Ham Ave, that continue to be identified as imbalanced, and Julian Curtis is impending. Old Greenwich, North Street, and Parkway are equally concerning for their lack of diversity. A question was raised at the end of the presentation asking whether parents are complaining about this racial imbalance. And while there seems to be a strong preference in Greenwich to maintain neighborhood schools, Parents also want their children prepared to work in and function in a multicultural, globally connected world. While parents may not outwardly be complaining at this meeting, they are talking locally, and we have met with school reps who have asked, what is the plan to increase representation across teachers and staff? What is GPS doing that will lead to a more equitable experience for all of our children? And how is GPS ensuring children feel a true sense of belonging in our schools? How can we enrich our curriculum
30 seconds.
to include a more diverse and inclusive lens? For instance, parents in town have raised concerns about the lessons and activities presented about Thanksgiving and Christopher Columbus this year. How can GPS negotiate for content across all schools versus each school working individually? And I'll hand over to Ami.
We encourage the BOE to look at the racial imbalance survey in a broader sense. Many here in this room have questioned the importance of what is seen as soft skills like SEL, as well as incorporating more diverse literature and teaching into the curriculum. While we could get into a long discussion about the importance of mental health and support through guidance counselors and social workers, we encourage you to think about how we can better bring together the students and parents of Greenwich. In addition, there are significant benefits to teaching diversity in school settings. To accurately talk about diversity, especially in the classroom, the BOE must consider race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, religion, socioeconomic status, being able-bodied, and various learning styles. As Maya Angelou said, in diversity, there is beauty and there is strength. By providing a diverse educational environment, research supports that children are better prepared for a multicultural work environment and global economy, have improved confidence. Learning about different cultures allows students to become comfortable with cultural differences across social groups and comfortable with themselves, leading to a deeper sense of safety and self-confidence. Diverse education promotes empathy and reduces prejudice, which translates to a decrease in bullying and potentially an improvement in mental health. There is improved student achievement, and it fosters creativity. Exposing students to diverse experiences and people will make a positive impact on their development and a profound impact on our society. We appreciate that there are competing financial requests across town, particularly for capital projects. With that said, we are also sure that the BOE is committed to creating an environment of inclusion at GPS. We also understand that the road to a more diverse and inclusive learning environment will take time. We ask that the BOE consider small steps that we can take now to help improve access and increase inclusivity within our schools and community. Can we offer translation at the BOE and PTA meetings to increase access and participation for all? Should Greenwich follow the lead of other districts like Darien and hire a DEI consultant? Should the BOE and Dr. Jones consider creating and funding a director of family community engagement as exists in neighboring districts, a person who can head these efforts and work to support our teachers and staff in the buildings to navigate these challenges? All of our students go to Greenwich High School, and whatever we can do to prepare our children for when they all come together and then graduate from the district, the better our community will be. We look forward to working with the district to help support and advocate for the needs of all students. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Susan Myers, who I see online, followed by, it says F. Burke Dempsey.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Jones, and the Greenwich BET members who may be listening. My name is Susan Myers, and my husband Glenn and I have been residents of Greenwich for almost 30 years. I am speaking tonight to request that you place a high priority on the funding of the GHS Cardinal Stadium Capital Project, which provides a missing access point for our emergency responders. This access of town-wide importance provides a vital link for emergency services who cannot access the campus during an emergency or a lockdown situation. This is our town's largest population center, sheltering 3,000 students, teachers, and staff, and town-wide programs day and night, sitting at the heart of an intersection that sees 20,000 cars a day. While I don't live on Hillside, I live on the street next to it, and I know the area well. Our son and daughters went to Greenwich Public Schools and were fortunate to be able to walk to GHS. I am well acquainted with the complaints from fellow GHS parents about Hillside Road being clogged with cars and gridlocked. I shudder to think what would have happened if a true emergency had happened last Thursday when the Hillside Road once again was frozen. I see that this project is attached to the rebuilding of the stadium's visitor stands. Although my children played sports at GHS and I am generally in favor of things that enhance the athletes and spectators' experience, I see this as two separate and completely different projects. I would give egress and safety the priority if it came down to a budget constraint. There is no reason to put such a large community in a potentially life-threatening situation if we have a solution. If GHS is locked down and parents block access, as had happened before, your largest population center is vulnerable. School staff have known about this for years and have supported this road. Chief of Police James Heavey and Fire Chief Joseph McHugh have both endorsed the need for this access road. If that is not enough, we need to consider the miles of backup that will be created with the Putnam Bridge rebuild and the impact that will have on the flow of traffic. That is 20,000 cars backed up for a single file for 2 years on our largest emergency corridor. I suggest you focus on the importance of this issue and utilize the authority you have to keep our students and community safe. I urge the BOE to place this as a #1 priority for the 2022-23 capital budget, and that the BET fund it and the town administration get this project started immediately. Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Next up is Burke Dempsey, who I do see online, followed by Charles Jurgens.
Hi, it's Burke Dempsey. I live on 21 Hillside Road. My wife may have spoken or will speak. I just want to approach it a little bit differently because I've lived here 20 years and I've seen the traffic. I know what I'm living with, and this is more about everyone else out there. Every single person in town is going to notice this without having the road. When the bridge gets put in at between Hillside and the Post Road, that effectively you're not going to feel very good because you're going to find out that you're going to have to either leave for school to pick up your child, or your child's got to go a lot earlier, or you're going to be chronically late. I don't think people have really conceptualized the gravity of what's going to happen when that bridge starts to go in. So getting the road in now is very, very important for everyone in town, and not just for me living on the street. I already know it's coming, but you guys don't know it's coming, and we've been thinking about it. So just imagine what your day is going to be like. Every single person in town goes up and down that road. There's not a person that's going to escape this, but with the road, that would alleviate a lot. Secondly, if there's ever a crisis, and that's been talked about, or there's a natural disaster that needs to school, those two roads are necessary. We saw when there was a crisis about 15 years ago, trees went down at either side. The school was not even usable. The second road would have cured that. Finally, those people that are coming to visit our town in the next few years and they go down the Post Road, which they're going to have to do, they are going to see a big snafu. Again, it would be alleviated by getting the bridge in now. The minute something bad happens, is going to be more than the cost of that back bridge to make a second road. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up is Charles Jurgens, followed by Allison Walsh. I don't see him online, do you?
I'm not seeing him, no.
Okay, let's go next then to Allison Walsh, followed by Dana Franks.
Hi, I'm Allison Walsh. I'm an RTM member. I'm proud to be an active member of our community, and I'm glad to be a GHS parent. I want to thank all the administrators, teachers, and Board of Ed members for all you've done in the past couple of years, especially. I want to speak in favor of the egress road, both for safety and for transportation planning reasons. I think it's vital for safety, and I'm gonna say this. I agree with what Mr. Dempsey said. In particular, I know that we have city-like traffic on Putnam Road, and that's before we have a state project that's going to reduce us to one lane. It's going to be not good from a transportation planning perspective. We need an egress road as well as from a safety perspective. I'm going to turn it over to my daughter, Grace Turner, who's a senior at Greenwich High School.
Hi, as my mom said, my name is Grace Turner and I'm a senior at GHS. I am the founder and president of the Students Demand Action Club, which advocates for better gun regulation and decreasing gun violence in our schools. Personally, I founded this club because I am truly terrified when I go to school sometimes. And on Thursday last week, that really highlighted all the problems with safety, because I personally was scared, and so many of my other friends were as well. Kids were fleeing the building, and the entire front circle was just jammed up with cars, and I saw police not being able to get to the school. It was truly terrifying to think about if it had been a real threatening situation, if the police were not able to respond properly. So I am in support, and so is my club and all of its members, in support of this egress road and this bill to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Dana Franks, followed by Jackie Homan.
Hello, board members and Dr. Jones. My name is Dana Franks, and I'm the mother of 3 young boys aged 2, 4, and 7. I'm speaking tonight in support of making masks optional for students and teachers. It's been 463 days since our children went back to school wearing masks, and they continue to wear them with no end in sight. In the beginning of the pandemic and prior to widespread vaccinations, it made sense to many of us, including me, especially in order to get the children back to in-person learning. Things are different now. As of today, anyone school age and older who wishes to get vaccinated to protect themselves from serious COVID symptoms is able to. There will always be COVID variants. The virus is not going away. Did we mask for the flu? The flu is more deadly to children than COVID is. When does this end? It is time to do a cost-benefit analysis for our children. Around the world, there are many countries that do not require masks for children once in the classroom. Denmark and the UK do not require students or teachers to wear masks in school at all. In the US, only half have some type of mask mandate. Given other countries and the majority of the states in the US have successfully navigated in-person schooling without requiring children to wear masks all day, there's no reason Connecticut, one of the highest vaccinated states in the country, could not do the same. To people who think that masks do not impact children and they are used to them by now, you do not know my children, nor do you have any idea how they have been negatively impacted at this early and important developmental stage of their lives. My oldest son started kindergarten at North Street last September. His teachers this year and last year are incredible. We love our school, but the masking has created an environment where the social development is stunted and his anxiety is mounting every day. My son lost 2 pounds in the first month of kindergarten last year because he was too nervous to eat at school around a bunch of strangers who couldn't properly communicate with him. Do you know what it's like for a shy 5-year-old to walk into a big school and not see anyone smiling? When will we let our children have a normal life? How long do they need to bear the burden of a virus that has a 0.003% chance of killing them? One of my son's first grade classmates is hearing impaired and depends on lip reading. Another neighbor of mine at Central Middle School, who is kind and exceptional young man, has never had a disciplinary issue in his life, was given detention because his mask slipped under his nose more than 3 times. This isn't right. People who feel safer wearing a mask can
30
wear a mask
seconds.
as long as they want. I understand that we are currently under a statewide mandate, but when the emergency powers expire, I beg you to vote to let parents decide what is best for their children. Everyone has had different struggles during this pandemic. Please let our kids go back to normal learning and socialization before it causes irreversible harm. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is Jackie Homan, followed by Keith Steinberg.
Good evening, Dr. Jones and Board of Education. I'd like to start off by thanking Dr. Jones for agreeing to relax the vaccination requirement for parent volunteers. Originally, the policy discriminated against non-vaccinated parents by preventing them from volunteering inside any of the buildings. This policy was more restrictive than the state's guidance, so the change is a welcome step in the right direction. Thank you for hearing parents' concerns on this issue. We really appreciate it. Unfortunately, because this policy was in place at the beginning of the school year, it meant that some parents were wrongly blocked out of PTA positions that would have required them to be present inside the school. We hope the PTA recognizes the problems that arose out of their harmful policy and that they look for a way to be more inclusive of non-vaccinated parents going forward, especially those who were blocked from participation at the beginning of the year. The change in policy allows non-vaccinated parents to volunteer inside the building so long as they provide proof of the negative COVID test within 24 to 48 hours prior to entry. While we appreciate this option for non-vaccinated parents to participate, it's still clearly discriminatory to treat one group of parents different from another. Why would some volunteers be required to take an unapproved test with no negative side effects? Why would some volunteers be required to pay out of pocket for an unnecessary medical test? And why would some volunteers have to prove they are healthy? As you know, the vaccine provides personal protection only. The package label, which you all have in front of you, clearly states it is to prevent severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus. That is all. The vaccine does not stop people from getting COVID. The vaccine does not prevent people from transmitting COVID. This is according to the product manufacturer, but it's also easily observed in real life. How many headlines have you read about fully vaccinated people getting COVID? What about the COVID outbreak on the fully vaccinated cruise ship or the deadly outbreak in the fully vaccinated Connecticut nursing home? Even the highly regarded publication, The Lancet, admitted there is increasing evidence that vaccinated individuals have a relevant role in disease transmission. In Massachusetts, 74% of new COVID cases were in people who were fully or partly vaccinated, for example. It is therefore wrong and dangerous to think that only non-vaccinated people transmit the disease. So knowing that the vaccine provides only personal protection against severe disease, what purpose does it serve to force non-vaccinated volunteers to take a COVID test?
30 seconds.
Why don't vaccinated volunteers have to take a COVID test when they are just as likely, if not more likely, to transmit the disease? So please, remove the testing requirement for non-vaccinated parents. It doesn't make sense and it's clearly discriminatory. If not, you need to institute a testing requirement for all in-school volunteers, since it's clear that vaccinated people transmit the disease every bit as much as non-vaccinated people do. Thank you for immediately rectifying this discriminatory policy, and I hope you like the cookies.
Thank you very much. Next up is Keith Steinberg, followed by Kathleen Feinstein.
How are you this evening? I have a speech written out, which I was going to read tonight. And then my first grader came home from school today, North Miamis. He has a medical mask exemption. And today at school, his sneeze guard fell on his face and cut his face open. I have pictures on my phone from today. This is a school supplied sneeze guard. For all of you who aren't familiar with what a sneeze guard is, it's a plastic box put around the child's desk. According to my first grader, nobody touched it. Nobody touched his desk. It fell over by itself. It cut his nose open. He was forced to go to the nurse where she administered first aid. Okay, that's because of a segregation issue. So he was segregated in a box and it fell on his face and cut him open. That's what happened today at school. So I'll go back to my speech. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak. Have any of you wondered why all the focus from everyone has been all about the vaccine? Why are they not major studies completed for early treatment options that don't involve mandates? Mandating facial coverings requires the consent of the governed. Don't pretend there's a scientific basis for this clothing requirement. Not wearing a mask is not mere a personal choice, like deciding between a head covering or a t-shirt. It is a flashpoint for being a free human being who has consented to be governed, but has not consented to be ruled. We do not consent to a masked America because this is a fundamental change in American society, cultural norms, and rights. People who are apathetic towards their own liberty cannot eliminate constitutional rights for those who are not. This is not the first or last time that people who believe in superstition are screaming the loudest. The Constitution exists precisely to protect all people during times of mass hysteria. The mask has become a visible symbol of social conditioning to Americans determined to preserve individual freedom. Thus far, most Americans have continued to give their consent to be governed, but you are trying our patience. To the town attorney, you are supposed to protect the town and the people from harm. It is unlawful to support the mandated abuse of children. The town of Greenwich has the opportunity to put children
30
first
seconds.
and show the state that we will not tolerate executive orders that harm children. My children have been harmed. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. Next up is Kathleen Feinstein, followed by Francis Nove.
Good evening. As you know, I'm a teacher in the district. On my very first day of teaching, a second grader tried to climb out my ground floor level classroom because I asked him to put away his brand new backpack in his lunchbox. A little girl threw up on her desk after eating grapes, and I put a little boy on the wrong bus to go home. On day 2, when I arrived at work, my principal said, "Hey, glad to see you came back. We didn't think you were ever coming." But I have been coming back for 30 years. And I hate to say it's gotten harder instead of easier. This is definitely not the same job I signed up for. There are a lot of balls in the air. Who's quarantined? Who needs the meet open? Can they hear me? Are they seeing the document I'm sharing? Can they hear what the kid in the classroom said? Who's doing screen and stay? Were they 3 feet apart for 15 minutes? Am I using the right resources? Is there bias in my lesson? Is everybody engaged? How's the reading level? Too hard, too easy? Is this a rigorous lesson? Who's coughing? Who's wearing their mask correctly? Should they go to the nurse? I have a headache. Is it COVID or is it just my job? This is why year 29, 30, and 31 have been infinitely harder than year 1. In year 1, I had to deal with problems that I could control. But at this point in my career, I'm dealing with a lot of things that are not in my control. I'm not in charge of who wears a mask and who doesn't. I'm not in charge of whether I teach to a face or a screen. I'm not in charge of creating and writing acceptable, rigorous curriculum. I desperately want to get back to the days where I do what I do best: design and deliver exciting, engaging lessons to the amazing children in front of me. But in order to do that, I need the people who are qualified and elected to make a lot of decisions. I need to trust medical professionals, academic leaders, and elected officials, to do what's in the best interest of students, staff, and the extended families of all of us. Schools serve individual students and their communities, and we have a responsibility to both. No one's individual choice can endanger another member of our community. I appreciate the doctors, the researchers, the academic professionals, the government officials, and this board for your efforts to keep us safe and healthy every day. Thank you so much for hearing me. And for those listening, if you feel strongly, I encourage you to speak up too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Francis Nove, who I see online, followed by Julia Farinas.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, this is Francis Nobe, speaking in my role as mom of 3 students, persevering through the marking period and counting down the days to winter break. As PTAC President Mimi Duff mentioned, on December 3rd, Drs. Alina and Fabian Boy shared the impact of socio-emotional learning on academics. One of the studies that the boys shared was the use of 2 minutes of mindfulness at the beginning of class by 280 GPS teachers and 5,600 students. The boys found that transition time decreased by 44%. Frequency of redirection decreased by 46%. Frequency of off-task behaviors decreased by 66%. Students on-task behavior increased by 12%. Frequency of positive interactions increased by 37%. As we wrap up 2021 and gear up for 2022, let's use these learnings to support tonight's BOE meeting and take a breath, take a break to improve our mindfulness and focus. So we breathe in and we breathe out. We again take a breath in and slowly exhale. We close our eyes or settle our eyes. We feel our feet on the floor. We feel our arms on our lap. We feel our body settle in the chair. We take a breath in and we take a breath out again. We notice the sound in the room. We notice the temperature in the room. We notice any tension, niggling thoughts in our minds, and we let them go. We let them go. We let them pass. We breathe in and we breathe out. We call to mind a happy moment, the sweetness of our children's smiles. We call to mind lightness, love, and light. We enjoy this moment of quiet. We breathe in again and out. And when you're ready, we gently open our eyes and have a wonderful and mighty meeting. Happy holidays.
Wow, thank you. I don't know what to say after that. Okay. We have Julia Fernandez, followed by Lillian DeSosa Mosiak.
Hello, good evening, Chairwoman Stowe, Dr. Jones, members of the Board of Education, Cabinet, PTA, and community. My name is Julie Ferriniars, and I am the Executive Director of the Greenwich Alliance for Education. The Alliance is the only nonprofit in Greenwich 100% focused on our public school students, teachers, and alumni. First, I would like to say the Alliance fully supports the budget, the capital, and the operating budgets. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of the Avid program and our commitment to Avid. We funded the implementation of Avid in the district in 2008, and since that time have continued to back the program financially and with volunteer hours. In our district, as you know, we have 172 Greenwich High School students in the Avid elective, and Western Middle School is now an Avid school-wide program with 35 students enrolled in the Avid elective. There are more than 250 Avid alumni who are enrolled in college, as our college grads are in the workforce or back in graduate school. Most of our Avid elective teachers are Greenwich Public School distinguished teachers, which is also an impressive stat to add to the impact of this college readiness system. I returned on Saturday from the Avid National Convention in Dallas, where Nancy Kale and I had the opportunity to present the Alliance's Avid Success Program. While there, I once again experienced, along with 2,000 educators, the energy, the commitment, and the excellence of the Avid college readiness system. Avid National has proven data that this first generation low-income Avid alumni who go to college are 4 times more likely to graduate than their national peers. Avid's data comes from the National Student Clearinghouse, where 3,600 private and public institutions provide enrollment and graduation data. Avid reaches 2 million students, and there are many Avid districts in the United States. Avid districts begin Avid in elementary school and continue it through graduation. Our town's demographics are more socioeconomically diverse than ever, and the achievement gap continues to persist. The Alliance believes it is time to expand Avid to the elementary level sooner rather than later, and we are here to help with this expansion. Avid's proven strategies close the achievement gap. We would also like to advocate for a redesign of the current Avid district coordinator's role. To address the needs of our most vulnerable students, we must have a job that focuses all of its attention on the resources,
30 seconds,
professional development, coordination, and more to accelerate the growth and success of these students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Happy holidays and a healthy new year to all. Good night.
Good night. Thanks very much, Julie. I think we have time for one more speaker, and then we'll have to move everyone else to the end of the meeting. And that is Lillian DeSouza Mosiak. Yeah, sorry, we said it's an hour, and then you can always come back, stay here to the end of the business
Hi,
meeting.
can you hear me?
We can. Thanks so much.
Hello?
Yes, please proceed. Go ahead. That's not how it works. Is she there or no? No, sorry, you're not next. Sorry. No, sit down, please.
Ms. D'Souza, your microphone is open. You may speak.
Hi. Yes. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Liliane de Souza Mosiak, and I have a daughter in first grade at North Miamis. I would like to ask your help so we can come together as a community to allow our children to breathe freely again in school. It's time for us to explore this possibility. Kids wearing a mask 7 hours a day, 5 days a week, basically wearing a mask forever, should never be normal. Our children deserve a choice, and forcing masks on kids are cruel and unnecessary. According to American frontline doctors, masks are useless for virus control. It can cause dramatic harm to children. Masks cause learning difficulties in school and other settings, and masks cause real physical and psychological harm to children. Our children need to experience normalcy once again. They need to allow to unveil their faces, see each other's smiles, see each other expressions that are so important for their development and well-being. Not to mention to be able to clearly listen to their teachers' voices. Can we please explore a trial period without mask? Our children deserve the freedom to breathe in school. Please, please help us unmask our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that takes us to an hour. We will, of course, come back to this end of the business meeting. So that takes us to monthly reports, and we have Dr. Jones who will deliver the superintendent's report online.
Thank you, Chair Stowe. Just a couple of items. I did miss the very first part when I was transitioning to online, but I think you mentioned something about we just had an executive session. Okay, so we are, the incident last week, at GHS, I understand was extremely concerning for students, for parents, for families. It was very, very stressful. And, I acknowledge that. And I just want the community to know, anytime we go through any sort of incident, we go back and we review with the police, we review with our security team, obviously Mr. Mayo and his team. And, all of that is ongoing right now. I would say the one question that I've been asked is what made it a little bit more difficult last Thursday. And, the administration can only go to either a shelter in place, which is you lock your door and you stay in the room, or you can go to a full lockdown. But you have to know that there's actually been something reported. In this instance, by the time it was reported to the administration, it had been circulating among students for about 20 or 30 minutes, which is very, very unusual. Most of the time, these students are very, very quick to report to administration. And I think that, in reflection, part of our reflection is, even though students were, by the time it was reported, some students, their parents were already telling them to leave the building. We should have just gone ahead and done a shelter in place. And that probably would have helped, definitely the teachers and some of the students feel a little bit more secure. But again, as we really study what we can do and get better, what we can do to improve, we're analyzing all of that. I would also say I was surprised actually that how many parents didn't realize that we actually do have 2 uniformed officers on our campus every single day. And I think that also understanding that there are 10 different security personnel. So there's a lot of security that actually exists at GHS. And I thought that was probably broader known than it was. Some of the parents were requesting that we have an officer, on site for the rest of the year. And so I think they did feel better once they realized that in fact we do have officers on site. We do hope to have a security forum. We had one in 2019. And it was probably more elementary focused back in 2019. Just some of our parents had questions from PTA. But at a security forum, we have the chief there, Chief Hebe. At this one, we would also have Mr. Mayo. We would have Tom Bobkowski, who's the head of security, all the key players for safety and security for the district, and be able to answer questions to help families and help even staff have a better understanding of how the security works in GHS and also in GPS. So to move on from that, we did send out a message today about a TikTok challenge. And TikTok is an application that's very popular among a lot of young people. Usually they're very short videos that are made. And the TikTok challenge right now has to do with encouraging students to have false reports of threats tomorrow in order to get out of school. So we did send a message out to our broader community, just encouraging parents, if you have children that are on social media, making sure they understand the consequences of, something like that. When you put out a threat and police are responding, it becomes a legal matter. It's a police matter, and we don't want any young person to find themselves in that situation. The other thing I want to just mention is on the Kova Tracker that will be posted tomorrow, it will be the highest number that we've seen since COVID began. And I know that everybody has different opinions about what keeps children safe, what keeps staff safe, but I just want the community to know it was at 64 from Tuesday to this evening, and it could go up, I guess, before we go to bed tonight. But I want people to be aware just that when you're looking at birthday parties and things that happen, over the weekend and outside of school, if you're going to visit grandma or grandpa or anything like that over the holidays, just be aware that it truly is spiking. The good thing is we're not seeing a lot of in-school transmission. It is in events out in the community. The other question that I've had this week, and it was mentioned in public comment as well, is could we go remote for a few days? I understand some parents are getting nervous when they see a COVID spiking. But just as a reminder, we do not have the flexibility this year to go full remote unless the state would agree, and it would have to be a totally health-related matter. That choice is not there this year. And the other question I've had over the last week was, well, another local community, it was actually Newtown. They had a remote day. And why was it okay for them and not okay for us? So I reached out to the state attorney, who I'd reached out to at the beginning of the year. And the reason it was okay for that community is they have a school calendar that is 182 days. We are only required by law to have 180. In Greenwich, we have a 180-day calendar. So we don't have the flexibility to take one of those days and make it a remote because the state doesn't care about the additional 2 days in that other community. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Quickly, can you just give us a North Miami update?
Oh, I actually had that on my notes. Sorry. We're very, very excited about North Miami moving in ahead of schedule. Tomorrow, the move will start. There's an early release at North Miami. And we will be moving all afternoon, evening, all through the weekend, although the movers say they think it'll be done by Saturday, maybe. And then we have a late start at North Miami on Monday, and the students will come, they start arriving at 11:45, and we'll get everybody back into their rooms and North Miami back together as one school community. So it's very exciting for that school.
That is, thank you. Do you guys have any questions for Dr. Jones? No? Okay. Then we have reports of officers, committees, and liaisons, but we have all new committees and committee officers. So I'm not sure we have any updates yet, do we? Nothing? Sure, that'd be great. Thanks, Joe.
Okay, everyone wants an update on the road, so I think we should, and hopefully we will rebrand the Cardinal Stadium Phase 2 project to the Safety Road project, because basically we have separated the visitors side team room from this road project, because the road project, in my mind, and my colleagues on the board agree, that is a higher priority than the visitor changing room. So we're focusing just presently on the road and the design of the road. This project is no longer just a Board of Education project. This is a town project because, and we've heard it multiple times tonight about this Route 1 construction project that's going to have us in a traffic nightmare. There's also, it's been brought to my attention, I have little information on this, but it has been brought to my attention as well, and I have to look into it more. At the same time, there is also going to be an I-95 project that's going on that's also going to cause a slowdown of traffic on I-95 around the same time that Route 1 is undergoing its construction of that bridge. So we're working real hard to try to get this road ready and push it forward. Now, as somebody who has done a lot of private projects, as some of you might know or might not know, a public project is quite different. There are a lot of things, a lot of input, a lot of obstacles which we need to overcome. One just happened to come up recently, and it's a bit of a, well, I have to say it's a significant setback for the road, which is the tree warden has now opined and has redirected the path of our road. With the redirection of the path of our road, we now have to redesign drainage and redesign the road. And it's going to take a fair amount of money and time for us to do that. I spoke today to our first selectman, Fred Camillo, who is 100% behind getting this road done. Now, I don't like taking no for an answer. And basically, I am doing all I could do to make sure we push this thing forward. It's possible to get it done in a timely manner if we all work together and all our town agencies work together to make sure we push this thing through. Because basically, there are multiple reasons this is important. We talked about the safety reasons. We also talk about this traffic nightmare that people just don't understand the magnitude of this thing. It's going to be a disaster. So we need, as a town, to really push this thing forward. We are 1/3 complete on the road. That ADA parking for Greenwich Stadium, for Cardinal Stadium, is 1/3 of the road. We have a bridge to build over by the ball field. We're designing that because of the tree wardens telling us there's some trees that we have to avoid and some rock croppings that we also have to avoid. He's redirected this and delayed us on that process, but we're doing our best to redesign it. I was also informed, and not sure this is the case yet, but some Board of Education colleagues have told me we might also have to reapprove this redesign of this road. So we'll certainly present that as quickly as we get the drawings done. So once again, I've done this professionally, privately, and it can be done in a timely manner. We just need the whole town to kind of push together to understand the importance of this. So I have another report too.
Wow, keep going.
It's a little nicer. This is a little, this is a nice. That last thing was not a nice, that was a need. This one's a nice thing. Some time ago, we put together a group to address the waterfall at the high school. That what looks like right now an abandoned lot. We have now brought a group together. Ashley Cole is leading this group to get that redesigned and to make it look real good, because that could be one of the wonderful vistas. Fred Camillo referred to it as could be the best vista in town, and we could change it from the vacant lot to a beautiful town vista. We've got the Tony DeAndrea has given us some drawings, some elevations and boundaries. He's donated that to us, to the group. Now, this group also, this will not take any funding from the town. This will be self-funded. Also, we have a landscape designer who is also doing things gratis. It's Dylan Hofer is working with Ashley Cole to design this. And soon, in short order, hopefully we'll have this design presented to the board for our approval if we need to approve it, but we'll certainly present it to the board out of courtesy, and then hopefully work with the town and proceed on this project.
Okay, that's a lot. Thank you. Ms. Downey, do you have an update for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a quick on the high school entryway. We are moving along, and we're going to be before the Architectural Review Committee and Planning and Zoning, ideally in January, so that as of this moment, things are moving along to stay on the timetable that I presented to the board 1 or 2 meetings ago to, in a perfect world, break ground immediately after school gets out in June.
Sounds good. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Let's move on to discussion items and look at this. We are 2 minutes ahead of time. So discussion items, special education review update. Dr. Stacy online?
Yes. Okay. Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Board of Education members, Dr. Jones. Over the past few months, I've had the opportunity to give some periodic updates of the Special Education Action Plan as we have begun working on that. So tonight, I'm just going to give a brief update and then answer any questions that you have about the action plan and going forward. Next slide. So over the last several months, we've put together the action plan for the 28 recommendations that PCG had. And within each of those recommendations, we put together an objective, a target, with very distinct action steps, as well as persons responsible and timelines. That was posted onto the district website the very beginning of November. And during the month of November, it was out for public comment and for feedback. And I was able to meet with SEAC. We did 2 different presentations with SEAC, met with the SES PTAC representatives. There was a town hall meeting in which we asked for public comment ahead of time and were able to answer questions about the action plan. I've had some comments from you as the board in the design of the action plan and the action items. I've met with GPS principals, assistant principals, administrators, and as well as special education staff. So throughout those meetings, they were able to provide some feedback. Next slide, please. And some of the specific recommendations, we're looking at making it a little bit of a user-friendly document, adding hyperlinks to some of the action items. So for example, one of the recommendations is universal design for learning. So being able to link that to maybe a website so that families could learn a little bit more about what some of these practices are, clarifying some of the language. We had an acronym list, and we were asked to make that a glossary of terms to help, again, being able to understand, as well as a overall visual timeline as opposed to each item, just to make it easier to see kind of how everything flows together, and just some clarification on the timelines and accountability. So for example, we have timeline listed on for each of the action items, and the timeline actually stands for when we are looking for the timeline completed. So just clarifying some of that to make it more user-friendly and understandable. The actual format of the document was chosen by a group last year and based on the LAUSD template, and we took that and adapted that for Greenwich's use and to be able to communicate information out. Next step. Next, thank you. So our action planning rollout of the 28 recommendations, we have been getting ongoing feedback and will continue to get ongoing feedback as we go through the process. A number of the recommendations have been completed or close to completion, such as the redesign of the special education transportation process, the organizational structure of the special education office, the collaboration between departments, so HR, finance, making sure that we're working together, as well as the special education procedures and practices manual. There are some recommendations that will take several years to fully implement, such as the recommendations that look at broader scope of actions, such as the general education classroom, collaborative teaching, co-teaching, the steps to implement it district-wide. Things like that will take several years. And so as part of the action plan, we've been able to identify those and the steps that we need. This year, we're looking at some of those foundational pieces. And as we move into next year, next slide, please. We're really focusing on the domain within the report of the expanded learning environment and specialized services for the 21-22 school year. And so that's looking at increasing co-teaching in the elementary and secondary level, implementing a unique learner program for our upper elementary schools. So for our students who are on an alternate curriculum pathway, having an inclusion specialist for programming. So again, focusing on that inclusive education philosophy, and also repurposing a position for a reading lab teacher to help with our students with our most significant reading needs, to help move them up and to help support our teachers in providing reading services. Next slide. There we go. So as we go forward, we'll continue to get feedback and to update the plan. The plan is much more specific this year and at the beginning of next year. But as we move into year 3, it's making sure that, we update that and, are able to provide specifics to the community so that everybody is aware of what we're doing. And we will continue to update the action plan on the website so that we have it marked off as completed so that that can be seen of where we're going. There were also myself, I'm scheduled at the February 3rd, 2020 board meeting to give a more in-depth update of the action plan and where we are in implementing that action plan. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any
discussion? Yep. Yes. Sorry. Ms. Hirsch.
So I had a quick question.
In the middle of our business meeting. Thank you, though.
So I had a quick question for you, Dr. Eigenthaler. I know the action plan was presented, it was shared out with SEAC. I was in the meeting when you presented that and at Special Education Town Hall. And I know it was with PTAC, but it was never actually presented to us as a board meeting. And so we really haven't had that opportunity to give you feedback on that. So I'm sort of hoping that we can have, tonight, clearly we have a large agenda and it's not actually on the agenda tonight to go through that. So, I have a lot of feedback to share with you, but I'm hoping that we'll have an opportunity to have that presented. I don't know if it's before February 3rd, but I don't know how many of our members have read through it. Before I give feedback, I wanted to make sure others have had the opportunity to see it.
So right now, the next board meeting that's on the agenda is the February 3rd. However, I'm more than happy to come to any of the meetings or have a separate meeting to go over it in more depth, whatever would be most helpful to the board.
Certainly we can get to that when we get to agenda planning, but I just wanted to, like I said, I don't know how many of our other board members have had the opportunity to read through that document because you guys have done an incredible amount of work in a short time. And there are a lot of incredible things happening. So, it'd be very nice to be able to hear that at a board meeting sooner rather than later, but it's just a lot also all at once. And so I know there's a couple of question marks in certain areas that I'm sure we'd like a little bit more information on at some point soon.
Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to obviously bump that up and maybe we can fit it into the January meeting. But here are my overarching concerns that once this process of taking the 28 recommendations went forward, it really has been somewhat sheltered from the board as with respect to the timing, the rollout, the priorities of these 28 particular recommendations, and whether or not we as a board think that the 28 recommendations that were made, if we want to implement all 28 recommendations. And I think my understanding of the process here was that PCG was supposed to help come up with a strategy for doing that. And then the board needed to decide as to what the implementation was going to be, what was the rollout, what were the priorities, and also from an expense standpoint, what were those expenditures that needed to be incurred? And we haven't had any of that. So I'm slightly troubled by the fact that there hasn't been any board input since the 28 recommendations came as to what we as a board actually want to do with respect to what has been given before us. It was a board study. It was commissioned by the board. And I feel that since then, we haven't had any input, and that's troubling to me.
So and we, as I shared with the other Karen, I'm more than happy to go through the 28 recommendations. They're somewhat grouped together in terms of building off of each other. And it is possible that we can implement all of those. But again, going through each of those to look at what that means for GPS, we can definitely go through each of those individually.
Well, I think Karen and I probably are on the same page and would love to have that. And again, when we get to the agenda planning, maybe it can be put somewhere in January so that we have a better opportunity to give you feedback, as we haven't had that opportunity. And there's a lot of those recommendations are very open-ended. And I think we need a lot more information for some of them. But I will just say again, you guys have done an incredible job, and you have been very transparent with parents in the community. And I know a lot of the special education community has been really very happy with a lot of the improvements and changes that have been made. So I wanted to say thank you for that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Joseph.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I can't be there. I do want to say I too thought that we were actually going to talk about get a presentation on the actual action plan this evening. So we might want to think about agenda item wise how that was communicated. But all that said, in Dr. H's defense, Dr. H is agreed to is going to meet with Karen Hirsch and I as the board members of SEAC monthly to be able to update that way, and we'll report back to the full board. So that's going to be an ongoing way that we'll be able to do that communication. That said, to the other Karen's point, I think when we talk about some of these larger issues here and these longer implementation items, we have to recognize two things. One, I think we need to remember the real urgency here. These are our most needy students, and this has been an issue for obviously too long. So we can never, unfortunately, we can never pat ourselves on the back too much. And I don't think anybody's doing that, but I think we have to recognize that. Two, when we talk about co-teaching, which I'm a big believer of, and I think it's terrific that we're talking about going in that direction. We really need, even beyond the board, we really need to have a community conversation about what that means and why that's advantageous to both general ed and special education students, because that's going to be a lot of raised eyebrows if we raise that in a way that we implement co-teaching in a way that is not very thoughtfully articulated well ahead of time. We need to be really talking about that this winter if we're going to have co-teaching widespread. And then the danger with co-teaching, you really have to define what it is. We didn't define it in this presentation. I'm not defining it. Obviously, we need to make it clear what that is. And obviously, which I know Dr. H knows, we need to make sure that when we're talking about co-teaching, we're really talking about a vehicle for specialized instruction, such that there ways for students, special ed students, to receive skill development in their IEP goals. What we mean by co-teaching. What we mean by co-teaching is to support students in the general ed setting in the least restrictive environment possible to get instruction in their specialized goals. Co-teaching without specialized instruction is a waste of time. And I think we need to go into any co-teaching implementation with that awareness and with that lens. So that really wasn't a question, it's more of a comment, but I look forward to those conversations moving forward.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
You can call me Joe.
Just for fun.
Thank you. I have a brief question. We've had some over the last couple of years, we've had some wonderfully supportive special education parents that have come to these meetings and really helped us along. Those that are dealing with this group, could you tell me what their input is recently, how they appreciate our progress, what their comments are? I certainly, I said they were very helpful all the times they came here, and now I know we've created the opportunity for them to work closely with us. Could anybody comment on how we're getting along with our parents at this point?
I think Dr. Heigenthaler is probably best suited to speak towards that, having presented at multiple different community groups. I mean, like I said, I've heard from many that they are very happy with the movement forward, with the transparency, with the fact that there's documents that have been posted on our website, giving them more in-depth information and access to understanding how the program works and other things. But I think Dr. H is probably best suited to speak towards it.
Thank you. Yes, really making an effort to be in communication with parents, both through the parent groups, the SEAC and the SES PTAC, as well as individual schools, the PTAC through that, as well as individual parents. Parents have responded very positively to the changes, as Karen had mentioned, and are seeing things that are occurring in the schools right now. Just this morning, for the Greenwich High School, we had a parent coffee, and in discussion with one parent, she was able to share that she has seen a change and she feels very supported her child, and is really thrilled with the progress that we've made and the things that we've shared moving forward in terms of class balancing and co-teaching and the supports that are at the classroom. And I'm having those same conversations with parents at the various levels, so at the elementary level as well as the middle school level. Change doesn't happen overnight. I'm not able to, hit a magic button and and have everything change. But I think we're definitely moving in the right direction, and that parents are saying that they're seeing that and they're feeling that. And many are communicating that for some of the parents who might not see it. So maybe not in their specific program, or they might not have a specific something happening at their school. They're out there advocating and saying that they're seeing the change. And so I have to say, I feel I'm very lucky with the support that I am getting from the parent community. And I really appreciate the support that they're providing me.
Well, thank you. That means a lot to me, because promises made must be promises kept. And we certainly made a lot of promises to our very enthusiastic special education community. And I'm very happy to hear it's progressing in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, nothing else? Thanks, Dr. H. Seeing nothing else, I think that we'll talk about this during agenda planning. Makes sense. Okay, let's move on to action items. Sorry, did someone say something? No. Okay, let's move on to action items. Remember, I moved something from the consent agenda. So the first action item now is the 22-23 Board of Education meeting calendar. Does anyone want to put a motion to put this on the table? I can do it.
So I'll move it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Downey. Can I have a second? Laura Costin. Okay, discussion. Ms. Downey.
I think my one comment, which I believe I made at our last meeting, is I was hoping to add one additional meeting to this original one proposed by the superintendent. I think we find that in the fall, in particular, we have a lot of meaty topics, including, for example, enrollment and achievement data, which are big topics, which I would like to see a second meeting added in October. And I am happy to make a motion to add a date when you tell me it's the appropriate time. Would you like me to do it now, Ms. Stowe, or no?
It sounds good to me.
I mean, I had also asked about one in late March, which I can look at, but just to have it as a placeholder. I know Dr. Jones had mentioned that there's a lot of, budget meetings during that period of time when we're meeting with others, but I just know we get a lot of other data that comes in at that period of time. There used to be a board retreat at that time. So I thought it might be helpful to have it as a placeholder.
I think, I personally think with March, the only challenge is we sort of need to know what the BET and RTM schedule is for that period of time for the budget cycle, because that's usually when we're going to the district meetings. And then we have April break. So I just don't have those dates.
We don't need a vote on this tonight necessarily, but I think but I want to get the feeling from the board generally. Are you the only two, or are other people in agreement with that before we send it back? Seems to be no opposition. So, I mean, it's up to you, Christina, if you want to make an amendment to add things tonight, or if we want to give Dr. Jones a chance to add some dates and then bring it back in January.
You know, I kind of defer to Dr. Jones. I mean, it's not earth shattering that we do it tonight. I would suggest we add Thursday, October 6th as in the retreat category. But that was the only one I was requesting that we add.
Ms. Hirsch, what's your proposal?
I still think we should add an additional one because there's a long break in the spring and between the February and the, or it was like whatever it is, the March and the April dates. But I can defer to waiting, we could put a placeholder at some point and just add it during agenda planning if need be. It's just easier for board members to hold something in a place on a calendar, but we don't have the RTM meeting dates yet, so I get that.
The March meeting is March 14th of 2022 for the RTM. And typically district and committee meetings are the week prior.
Well, no, it'd be related.
2023.
It would be 2023.
Sorry.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we
It's
have?
March 13th for 2020.
And it depends when the BET usually votes on the budget at the end of March, beginning of April. That's really where the more relevant calendar is the BET calendar, because they typically vote in between that. The date that Ms. Hirsch is recommending is right around the time that there's the BET vote on the budget. So I think that's relevant information more than the RTM.
I'm happy to wait and add it if we need be prior to the start of that school year once we get the other town bodies calendars, as we don't want to step on any toes.
Kathleen?
Yes, go ahead, Michael.
What, I'm sorry, maybe it's because I'm remote. On the agenda, it's the school calendar. What are we talking about? Our calendar?
Yes, it was on the consent agenda and I made a motion to move it to.
Oh, I see.
So we could talk about it because I sense that people weren't ready for it. So why don't we do this? Why don't we, Karen, why don't we bring this back and we'll talk about it during agenda planning, but Dr. Jones, if you could take note of these items and then let's vote on our next meeting once everyone makes sure they're comfortable with it. It's always easier to delete meetings, frankly, than add them because then it becomes, a special meeting and then we're not as flexible. So I think it's wise for us to make sure we get our planning right for next year. So I guess did I make the motion? No, Christina did. You're withdrawing it. Okay. All right. So with that, let's move to policy governance. And shouldn't be down for this. This is Ms. Downey.
Yeah, I was okay. So I'm going to move as the cover sheet. I'm going to make a motion that the board approve and adopt the following policies: 05 previously proposed, 0521, 3542.1, 4000.1, 5141.5, 5144.4, 5145.44, 5145.6, 6142.10, 6142.101, and along with regulations 5141.5R.
Happy to second that.
Okay, so as all the board members know, these were presented in October, the bulk of them, and then 2 of them in November. I took board comments. There were some very minor changes that PGC made that were in the packet for this meeting in response to people's comments. So we wanted to go ahead, and these are reminding people that these are policies that we should have in place that as we've been filling in the gaps between moving over from our old model to the CABE model, there are still some additional policies that need to be put in place. And this is the first grouping. I think we'll have some more and we'll have going forward with the new PGC starting in the new year. You'll note that we typically do not vote on regulations. The one regulation we are voting on relates to suicide prevention. That is because that's required by state statute that boards approve the under 10, my number's right, 10 to 20, oh my gosh, I should know it off the top of my head. It's required under state Connecticut general statutes that we vote on regulations relating to suicide prevention. So that is why that one is being voted on by the board. So I guess it's either open to questions or any other discussion.
Ms. Hirsch.
I know a question had been forwarded to us by one of the board members in regards to one of the policies that we are discussing. I believe it was 4000.1, Title IX for students. And I would ask that board member if they would like us to possibly separate that one out for discussion or referral back to PDC.
Yes, it's partner policy, which they go pretty much hand in hand, and they have some similar language. So it's policy 4000.1 and policy 5145.44. I'd like to refer those policies. I'd like to separate these policies out and refer them back to the policy committee for further discussion. I've raised concerns with those policies regarding Title IX and their implications, and I don't think that they're ripe for a vote at this point in time.
I will hand that to our chair.
Christina, would you like me to make that motion?
Yeah, I
to
actually
exclude them?
suggested to Karen to make the motion to segregate these two out, and we can refer those two back to PGC for further
just didn't know which-
discussion before they come back to the board.
Yeah,
So
I just didn't
think
know
it's
if you
appropriate.
wanted both or just the one. So I'm
No, I
happy
think-
to either make the motion or second it, whichever you'd prefer.
Yeah, I know, I do want both, and I did let Christina know late in the game that I'd like both of them, so I'm happy to make the motion. So I make a motion to exclude policy numbers 4000.1 and 5145.44 from any vote tonight and refer those back to the policy committee for further discussion.
I'll second that.
Okay, with that motion on the table, let's take a vote on that. Cody, yes. Karen?
Oh, yes, sorry.
Kathleen Stowe, yes. Karen? Joe?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Michael Joseph?
Yes.
Now we're back to the original motion. So it's approving the policies and regulations, all the ones that you listed, but with those two out, right?
Do we just need to
We're
make
accepting
new
the motion.
amended motion?
Yeah, I think you need to make a new motion.
Yes, that's right. So go ahead, Christina, can you
You
make
want
a
me
new
to make
motion?
a new motion? Okay. So
Does she need to withdraw the
am
first
I
one?
actually withdrawing the old motion?
Do that, that's easier.
Can withdraw the old motion and make a new motion. I think that's cleaner. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the board approve and adopt the following policies as presented to the board. 0521, 3542.1, 5141.5, 5144.4, 5145.6, 6142.10, 6142.101, and regulation 5141.5R.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Take a vote. Cody? Okay, Karen?
Yes.
Kathleen Stowe, yes. Karen? Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Christina?
Yes.
Michael Joseph?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 8-0. Thank you very much. Now you
Thank
guys will
you
take
all.
that up at the policy committee. Okay, next action item is now the calendar, 2023, 2024 school calendar. Can I get a motion? I don't have it in front of me, but I think I can do this. Approve the 2023, 2024 school calendar as presented. Can I get a second? Thank you, Karen Kowalski. All right, discussion, anyone? Karen Kowalski would like more days off.
Apparently, we only have 180 as is, so no.
Let's add 2 days and then we can implement remote days at some point.
I am not doing that. Anybody? Nothing? All right, let's bring this right to a vote then. Cody? All right, Karen?
Yes.
Kathleen Stowe, yes. Karen?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Michael Joseph?
Yes.
Christina Downey?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That passes 8-0. Okay. Next up, operating budget. This shouldn't take long. Oh, sarcasm. Okay. When I get it in front of me, I'll get it on the table. Okay, I'll make you a motion to approve the proposed fiscal year 2022-23 operating budget of $176,403,242 as presented. Can I have a second? Laura? Okay, discussion. Ms. Downey?
Yes. I was actually going to make another motion or so. That we add to operating budget in connection with additional, I guess, additional costs that we're going to have. Can we talk about it? I mean,
Yeah, so put a
what's
motion on the table to amend the budget.
okay, I'm making
for-
a motion to amend the figure for the operating budget to add $290,000.
I think you meant 292, right?
Is it 290? I thought it was 290. 290.
Okay. I don't know why I had
I
that.
thought was
Okay.
what we discussed.
All
Okay.
right. I will second that. Can we have a discussion on the item, Sean?
I'm sorry, Kathleen, you wanted me to make a comment?
We'd like to hear, we just made an amendment to the budget to add money specifically to the transportation line in the amount of 290,000. And I think we'd like to have a little bit of a discussion on that item.
Sure.
Can you open it?
Yep.
One second,
happy
Kath.
to.
Hold on a second, Sean. Are we allowed to talk about this while we're in the middle of negotiations with this contract?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for asking.
Thank
So when the budget was presented, we had called out that our bid had not completed. And in the meantime, we had inserted a placeholder increase for transportation in the amount of 5%. Since then, the low bidder has come in and it's an increase of 12.5%. So the gap that we start out with is about $762,000. We do believe that we can find some savings by route consolidation that we hopefully will yield about 200,000. So that would leave a remaining gap of 562. And we also looked at some areas to target where we could reduce and move funds into transportation to cover the majority of the gap. It would leave us with those transfers, those proposed transfers, it would still leave us with a gap of about $290,000. So that's where we are. And Christina's motion is to close that gap by requesting an additional 290. And with that 290, the year-to-year increase of 2.65 would go to 2.82.
Sorry, to say that one more time, what's the percentage increase? So originally the BET guidelines were 2.65, so it'd just be adding 0.17%.
If this motion is approved, the request would increase the year-to-year percentage from 2.65 to 2.82, an increase of 0.17%.
Okay. Further discussion on this item? Let's take a vote down on this amendment.
Oh, wait, is the increase, is this with the electric bus?
Oh, we're not talking about the specifics around that, but Sean, could you answer that?
Cody, we did discuss that. That's something that I will, make an approach on. And if we are successful, we could reduce what we need to transfer in. But at this point, the motion is without the electric bus.
Sorry, I just realized Michael Joseph has his hand up. Go ahead. You're on mute.
No worries, no worries. We're discussing, right?
Yes.
I worry that this motion might be premature. We've already found 100+ thousand in savings to help meet us towards this deficit. I don't know if the authorizing 200 and going over the BET guidelines right now makes sense when the situation is that fluid. And we talked about other possibilities for savings in executive session. If we need to go back and if we can't make it work, then we can have that discussion at a later date. But I don't know if right now it makes sense to throw up our hip, particularly when we're also in a negotiation right now. It makes sense to throw our hands up and put that money in the budget and exceed the guidelines.
And Ms. Hirsch?
My question then is, I think we have to be able to have the funding in order to be able to sign any type of contract. Is that correct, Sean?
Yes, we do.
And so if we find that the funding between now and when that contract is signed, if there's some other discussion points that the cost would drop, we can then ask, to remove that extra funding. When we go before BET, say we no longer need X, Y. Is that correct?
One option really is, you could motion to approve the budget as is, but by doing so, we would be taking on some additional risk in the budget. So in other words, we'd continue to look for savings to close the budget, but in reality, we would, we would have to assign some risk to a few accounts to close it at that level.
Joe?
In my time working on this board, basically, it was very important to me to make sure budgets were put forward very accurately. And padding a budget is not something I've ever liked to do in business anyway. You want to be accurate. You want to have the numbers exactly as they are. My expectations are that the budget we put together was the accurate budget. We found another cost that's added to that. We should actually accurately represent that or present that as a budget. And if we could somehow reduce that due to other savings we find, that is good. But accurately putting a budget forward, I think is very important. If at the end of a cycle, we end up giving, as we do to the town, anything left over, we give back to the town. If we give back a large portion of money, or we have to collect or get more money from the town, well, that's not good accounting. That's not good budgeting. Good budgeting is trying to land straight down on the number, whether it's a plus at the end or a minus. So anything added to the budget, I think, has to reflect right away. And if we could fix that before the end, then we'll certainly do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to add a little bit there too. I think that just to give everyone a little history here, the bus contracts have saved us in the past in terms of money that covered our budget. Sean did a great job when we were sadly out of school, that a lot of the money was returned. And we haven't had the issues that the rest of the country has in terms of bus driver shortages or anything like that. So, and it turns out we need to bus our kids. And we're kind of at the max. I mean, we're still getting emails on the fact that, can you please reduce the radius where kids from high school, if they're within 2 miles, have to walk, and I forget, it's middle school, it's 1.5 and 1 or something like that. I think busing is important. I think we need to transport our children. We are responsible also for transporting the private school kids. You started with a 762,000 delta, and you got it down to 292 by optimizing the bus routes. I think we're at a spot now where I want to make sure we can in fact meet our obligations, and 90% of our budget, as we talked about in the past, is contractual. So I'm generally in support of adding the 292,000 or 290,000. Cody?
I agree with Mike. I think this is jumping the gun a little bit. I don't think that this is a question of over whether we are in favor of having buses to get kids to schools, nor do I think that that's at risk at all. I think it's a question of whether we're confident that I think to Joe's point, you have things move around in a budget. Some things increase in cost, some things decrease. I think this is an increase relative to what we expected, but I'm not convinced that the gyrations and the potential decreases has been fully vetted yet. And even very recently, they've uncovered, I think Sean's done a nice job uncovering some areas that make up most of the deficit. And I think using the electric bus as an example, there's still extra room where there's spending that can probably be reevaluated. And I think that might even extend beyond the stuff that we've looked at recently. So I'd support what Mike said.
Ms. Kowalski.
So I think that Sean has done a great job in going through the budget very carefully to find where savings can be found. I'm also, I know this is a little bit fluid, and I feel like sometimes we are always racing to the end in doing this. And I'd like to say, I wish we had more time always on this. But, I think there are other avenues where cost savings can be found while coming within the BET's prescribed proposal of the 2.65%. And going through this, I have found a number of places that I think, there are always cost savings, and we always end up at the end of every year returning large amounts of money. And I believe was it not this past year, but the year before that, we returned $2 million. So there's always effective savings. And I think that doing so, we should stick within the guidelines, and we should work diligently, as Sean always does, to figure out where those savings can, because we always end up returning money.
Sorry, Ms. Downey has her hand up. Go ahead.
The perils of being online. I am of the view that I appreciate and applaud Sean for finding ways to cover the shortage in what we didn't expect to. However, for some of the newer board colleagues, we are much better served by putting in our request now, which we have to vote on tonight, the amount of the contract or the amount we think we need for the contract, because to the extent we can find the savings, we can always reduce the request, or I'm sure the BET and the RTM will be happy to do that for us. However, we can't add to it after tonight. So if those additional savings can't be found in places that we are comfortable without impacting on the education of our children, we put a gun to our heads by not including the money now. So I think it's while it's a large amount of money relative to the total amount of our budget, it's a tiny amount. And I think if it gives us the comfort that we're going to be cutting a number of things and we will continue to look for them, but without putting a gun to our heads, I am in favor of adding the 290,000. And I applaud and give Sean the time now to continue to look for efficiencies that may be able to help cover that shortage. So.
Sean, did you have anything to add? I didn't see her.
I mean, I do agree with Christina that now is the time to put it in. As I said in the executive session, this is something that we're just in the beginning of this, and we will likely see some cost savings going forward, and very likely we will see some cost risk, especially as we've seen in the special ed area. So we not only need to find cost savings just on an ongoing basis, but we also need to be aware that there are risks coming as well that we don't even know about yet. So as far as the electric bus goes, we will pursue that, but I can't imagine it's going to be a significant amount of money.
Buddy, you were had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I was just going to make the point that I think staying within the BET guidelines has benefits that extend outside of the budget, just given that I think there are some capital projects that we may want to be even pulling forward and increasing spending in those areas. And I think there's something to be said for building credibility with the BET in terms of us being disciplined about the way we spend. And I would just say, for my 2 cents, I don't have confidence about the way that the operating budget was put together. I don't think that it is as fixed as we have treated it. And I think that some of the information has taken, longer, not necessarily the fault of anyone involved in assembling it. They have a lot on their plates, but I think there's a lot of value, and actually you could end up in a situation where more money on an operating and capital basis is spent on kids with a little bit of credibility building with the BET, which is something that I think this board probably has a deficit to fill.
Joe?
Thank you. Well, I'm torn. I really would like to agree with Cody, stick to the BET budget guidelines. I think it's important to do that. But this addition to the budget that sort of fell in place here concerns me. We can't. I can't say it because Sean, you would know better than anybody. But basically, if we're making an assumption that we're going to find money, is that a bit irresponsible making that assumption? Should we identify this money, put it in now, or do you think maybe, just maybe, because you're good at this, your whiteboard in your office is full of all sorts of savings and great opportunities. So do you think, tell me, do you think it's irresponsible, in your opinion, for us not to include this additional money into the budget? What's your opinion on that?
I mean, we've made a really good faith effort to try to contain as much as this. I mean, all of the items that I've identified so far are not a given. I mean, it is adding risk. So for us to leave the budget as is, we will be adding additional risk. So that's a concern to me. And, and as I said earlier, I mean, there are other costs that it will likely hit that we don't even know about yet.
Sorry, so many hands. Michael, Joseph. Oh, sorry, then Christina. And
Yeah, no, I'll be quick. Look, if we stay within the BET guidelines, then that gives us a strong argument in the conversation, the subsequent conversation with the BET, that we stayed in the guidelines. If we do not, it invites them to open up and take a closer look at everything, and undercuts any argument in negotiation. I think Cody's point about taking good faith effort here is an important one when we look at the future conversations in the next part of this process.
Ms. Downey, then I'll come back.
I think a final point, and then I'm going to call the question, is the BET guidelines did not assume the percentage increase that we are looking at for transportation. And had they had that information, I think it is likely that the number would have been a higher number. So my own point of view, let's call the question.
Christina,
I'm sorry, I wish I could, but
the BET guideline assumed 2% for transportation.
Sean.
that is a good fact. Ms. Costed?
I just want to be very cautious about, chasing unicorns in the budget when we already have a budget that's been scoured for efficiencies. And I think our responsibility is to the students. The BET knows how to do their job. They know how to ask questions of us. They know how to seek in the information they need. I have full faith in their competence, in their fiduciary responsibilities. Our responsibility is not to incur any unnecessary risk and to make sure that we can transport our students. So looking for, unicorns in the budget that may never materialize as far as, undiscovered savings, I really want to be cautious about those kinds of notions here. And I think we need to move forward. Any additional funds that are not spent are returned to the town. And if this 292 is found to be somehow not realistic, then or is too pessimistic, I think that we will have those discussions after. But right now, I think assuming risk in a negotiation that we do not have a lot of avenues as far as negotiation. So I think we need to move on and just look at what we have before us.
Thank you. Karen, then Dr. Jones.
So I have a question for Sean. You had mentioned the fact that we have unknowns that always happen with respect to the budget, including we've experienced it over the last several years with regard to special ed. And when we've had those issues regarding a need for additional monies in those areas, we've gone back to the BET and we've asked for interims, correct?
We had discussed with the BET coming in for an interim, and we were advised to, wait till the end of the year to get a more accurate view of where we would land. And during that time, as you recall, it was COVID had just hit, and we ended up having a significant amount of COVID-related savings. So that really saved us. That, in conjunction with the renegotiation of the bus contract, really put us in a very good position.
But they've never said no, correct?
That is true.
I don't know about that. I'd have to go back and look, but I think they have.
Well,
said
as
no.
far
They
as
said-
for 2 years, they've said no. They've always said, always approved it.
Yeah, and we don't want to make sure we don't want to go into budget season already talking about our interims. Ms. Hirsch?
I just wanted to address the, point on credibility. And I actually agree with wanting to make sure that we look credible when we are working with other town bodies. And to me, if we already know that we have this additional need for $290,000, it is more credible for us to go in asking for what it is that we actually need and give Sean, I think, the time, if we can find other efficiencies or ways to reduce the cost of that contract between now and when this is presented to the BET. I think it behooves us to ask for what it is that we know that we need today. And if we can find other efficiencies, tell them that we are happy to make that reduction if we find them.
Dr. Jones?
Yeah, I just feel like as a school superintendent, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I don't see cutting the budget as efficiency. When we're going in and cutting software, we're cutting maintenance. The way that we got in such a challenging situation over the last couple of years for areas like curriculum and materials and supplies is when we are asked to go in and cut, there's not a lot to cut. And so what happens is we end up taking it from areas that we truly believe that we need. And I think efficiency is the wrong word. If you're asking us to absorb, Sean, what was the number? 760 something? It's going to impact instruction. I mean, ultimately, I think probably last year where we felt like we were funded, where we needed to be, was one of the first years in a while where we hadn't had to go in and cut the supplies at our school level. And our school supply level has not increased over the last couple of years. It's just stayed flat, even though we all know the cost increase has, continued to go up. But I feel like I need to say that it's really not efficiency. It's just taken away from areas that we need.
I'd make one follow-on comment to Tony's comment. If you look in the detail section of the budget, you will find a huge number of accounts with zero increase. Huge. I mean, all the supplies accounts, 0% increase. So we knew we had to increase for salary. We knew we had to increase for transportation, and we did, and we called it out at 5%, knowing that it's highly dependent on the RFP result. Also, special ed tuition, we needed to fund that. Utilities, we needed to fund that. So, I mean, it all adds up. And the only way we can do that in these accounts, which are exceeding, 2.5%, 3% in each of those areas, is to keep a significant amount of things flat. And we did that.
All right, I want to, Costin.
Just one more thing. I know that we talked about optimizing bus routes, and right now we have children on buses for a long time. Our kids have told us repeatedly, Mommy, it might be just better for me to walk than get on this bus and sit on it for 40 minutes. So I also want to be very realistic about what avenues we truly have. And I think using the number that we have that seems pretty concrete is the approach that I would take here.
So the motion on the table is to add specifically, we're first going to take the motion up on transportation. So specifically adding 290,000 to the budget. Cody? So you're just voting on the amendment right now, which is just adding the transportation piece. So yes, we're voting now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no. Thank you.
Karen, you want me to do your vote too? I'm happy to do it.
I think you could do all of our votes.
I'm gonna say yes, but you just made my day.
I'm going to go yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Christina,
Yes.
Michael Joseph.
No.
All right, so that passes 5-3. So now that brings us back to the original motion. So the original motion, I have to amend it, right? So approve the proposed fiscal year 22-23 operating budget of, check my numbers, 176,643,242.
I think it's 693.
This is my bad handwriting. Hold on. It was originally
At
176.
At 290, it would be 693.
Oh, yeah. So let me do that again. Approve the proposed fiscal year proposed 22-23 operating budget of 176,693,242 as presented or as amended.
Second.
Okay. All right, take a vote on this now. Cody?
No.
Karen?
Yes.
Kathleen Stowe, yes. Karen?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Ms. Costin?
Yes.
Ms. Downey?
Yes.
And Michael Joseph?
No.
Sorry, you said no? Okay, that passes 5-3. All right, up next is capital. You want me to put this on the table? Okay. All right, I am going to put a motion on the table to approve the proposed fiscal year 22-23 capital budget of $37,878,621 as presented. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Costin. Okay, discussion or amendments, I suspect. Why don't we just start? I suspect we have amendments, and I think what we'll have to do to keep this clean is that we'll take each amendment, vote, I'll sort of keep a running total, and then come back to the original motion, which will probably be an adjusted number.
So I think for cleanest sake possible, I think the first part may be to address the Greenwich High School road, right? We're not calling it phase 2 anymore. It's the Greenwich High School road. Okay, it is to deal with that with respect to the capital that I believe it's currently $6 million in the budget, but in light of the comments that were previously made by Joe concerning the status and the unlikelihood that it is going to get done this year, I would make a motion to amend the capital to exclude the 6 million for the GHS road.
I'll second that. Discussion? Ms. Hirsch?
I think it's pretty clear that that access road is not only needed, but something that this board does support. But I do understand that it makes little to no sense to have money sitting in an account, especially that large of a number, if we can't use it this year. But Joe, I know you mentioned and Joe mentioned something quickly about separating the two out. Did you have, just out of curiosity, did you know what the cost differential was for the road versus part of the stadium? And, or, I mean, my second part of that question, that was for Joe. My second part of the question is, you know, what is the board's appetite? Should we get approval from the state in 6 months, you know, time to ask for an interim if we pull it out now the way we would do with the stuff for Western? I mean, I just don't need to have money sitting there that we can't use until we get an approval.
To answer your question, the visitor side, the team room is $850,000, so it reduces the cost to $5.15 million.
Miss Downey, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. So most of us would agree about the need for the road. I think our concern is that the process hasn't moved along, isn't sufficiently developed with the state, with municipal improvement. We were hearing tonight about things are moving and we have a tree warden. There are a lot of moving parts. So I think in an effort to be good fiscal stewards, we can't be just appropriating money for something without really having a fully developed plan. I think Karen Hirsch makes a great point about treating it potentially like we do the Western Field, that if as and when we get approvals, we could come in on an interim basis and ask for money with some urgency. But I want to kind of go back to the point that I believe when the RTM passed recently their new rule about building committees, I believe that we talked about whether this project is required to have a building committee. And it would seem to me that if in fact that's the case, and we do have planning money in our current year's budget, shouldn't that building committee be formed so that it becomes a more orderly process in terms of getting the approvals and having a group that their specific charge is to go through the process of design and approvals, similar to what, for example, we're doing on the GHS entryway. Is we are working with our architects with planning and zoning and ARC, as I discussed earlier. And that's what, if we're going to have a building committee for this, which the RTM was telling us we need to do, then we should get that process moving to help get the road process moving. That's, one person's opinion. And it would seem that would also create a group that have ultimate responsibility and accountability.
Joe?
We absolutely 100% have to put a building committee together due to the RTM's decision in a meeting they had not too long ago. So that process must get started. I clearly do not agree with removing this money from the capital budget, seeing how I was asked by this community to go forward with this road as best I can. I am going to get the BET on board as best I can. I spoke to the first selectman today about supporting it 100%. I'll continue to talk to the community about the importance of this. As we get closer to that bridge, work going to be done on Route 1, and as we get closer to possibly this work that's going on I-95, the community will realize how important this is, and we'll look at possibly an interim funding of this project as it ripens. I do agree that there are some obstacles, pardon the pun, roadblocks that are stopping us to get where we need to go. That doesn't stop me working hard on this thing and pushing our team to get this thing done. If by some chance we can all pull together, as I mentioned before, and work real hard to get this done, I'm still going to go and request the money from wherever I can request the money from, because it's the town. Once that project happens on Route 1 and that project happens on I-95 simultaneously, the town 64,000 strong are going to turn around and say, why didn't you do that road?
Okay. All right, next. Yeah. Sorry, this is our business meeting. I'm sorry, you cannot interrupt us. Anyone else, or do we take a vote on this? All right, Michael Joseph. I'm sorry, Michael Joseph, you have your hand up.
No, that's okay. So, Joe, I'm not clear to the what you're suggesting, Joe. Are you suggesting, because I heard you say separating the project, and I didn't catch that, I think because I'm remote. What would Joe, as the person who's really been the champion here, what do you think we should be putting forward right now in the budget to get this road done?
That's a good question. I want this road to get done. So therefore, whatever it takes to get this road done, because it's no longer a Board of Ed issue. If it was there are certain issues, there are capital issues which we have to address and prioritize. Is this the top of the list or not? Well, that's for everyone to debate and discuss. I was charged by the community and by our board to push this process forward, just like I was asked to do the same thing with Cardinal Stadium. So therefore, I find the importance of this. I've expressed the importance of this. I'll continue to express the importance of this. Wherever the funding comes from to get this road, as I said, I don't believe it's any longer a BOE issue. It's a town of Greenwich issue. And that money should come from somewhere in order to help this town through this crisis that we're about to come across.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Costin.
I want to express solidarity with Joe and his concern for the safety and security and accessibility. So if there's any way that we can make sure that when we have approvals, we get this money and we get this done as quickly as possible, because it's so important for the safety of our students and for our community. I believe that.
Yes, Ms. Kolsky.
And I think it's important to note that I think that the purpose of this vote is to clarify that even if we put this money in the budget, the unlikelihood that we'd actually get to spend it is less than 50-50. And considering the capital that we are about to go through and ask for approval on, the fact that we would be tying up $6 million for a project that may not happen, not because of a lack of diligence, but because of process and red tape and approvals that need to go through, I think we need to reconcile that versus what is happening as the vote tonight, because we have a hefty capital budget and we need to make sure that what's on it is going to get done and for next year, as opposed to putting something on that may not. And again, not through lack of diligence or want.
No, I think Karen, you made the right analogy to the Western Middle School fields. Like, it's clearly a priority, but it doesn't make sense to hold it up in our capital when we have to wait for approval still. So why don't we vote on this particular amendment to see? And so the motion on the table is to remove the 6 million from the capital budget as it relates to this GHS project. Cody, go.
Do I always have to go first?
You know what? That's fair, but I'll switch it next time. Okay.
Vote no.
You don't want to remove it.
Sorry, I do want to remove it.
I'm good. This is so fun. Okay. Karen.
I will vote yes to remove it, but only on the fact that we are no closer to actually having an approval.
Right. I'm a yes. Karen.
Yes.
Joe.
Well, I'm going to have to abstain because I'm too deep in this process, so I abstain.
Okay. Laura.
I want to abstain as well.
Okay. Christina Downey.
I'm going to vote to remove the money, but with the hope that we can get the ball rolling in the proper process to come back at some point soon.
So that's a yes. Okay.
Yes.
And Michael Joseph.
No,
You don't want to remove it.
exactly.
Okay. Gosh. Okay. 6, 1, 2. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So that passes 6, 1, 2.
No, that's too many, Kathleen.
Oh my God. I have a super majority, don't you know? 5, 1, 2. Thank you. I just made us 9. Okay. Next up, do we have any other amendments to capital? No? Do you want me to make an amendment? I'll make an amendment. Or Christina, do you have one?
I was actually going to make a motion to bring forward into fiscal year 23, $250,000 of call it planning money. I don't know if we're going at feasibility or architectural and engineering planning money for Central Middle School.
I'm happy to second that discussion.
How much money? Sorry.
250,000.
The $250,000 that was currently in 24 to bring it forward to 23.
Actually, when we asked Sean, it was 250,000 that was required. Apparently it was a 0.3 was rounded up.
It is 250.
Is that the soonest we can get that going?
It's a good question. Sean?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
He asked if that's the soonest we can get the planning money in there and get it going.
Well, I mean, we don't have the funding now, so the soonest we can do it is 23, if that's the question being asked.
But Cody, 23 is the budget we're voting on. That's next year's budget.
So July 1st, 2022 is is basically when you start getting to use the 250.
Could we go I just thought of this, but I know we talked about this the other day, but could we ask to get that funding now so that they could start the work now?
In the form of an interim.
I mean, there's the savings, the sooner that project happens, the savings on the building are pretty big. We might get an audience for that. I don't want to like derail, I think, the general consensus on this, but just food for thought.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Well, what we can do is address the maintenance as it's happening on the building. If we understand we're going to address this sooner, we can address the maintenance and instruct the maintenance to the work that has to be done, of course, will be done. But if there's stuff we can reduce with the concept that we're moving it forward, then that number can come down.
So I have a clarification question. So you're saying, so hypothetically, and Sean, you might have to opine on this too. So hypothetically, if the maintenance for CMS next year is $2 million and we decide we want to, well, wait, this money doesn't even become out. We don't get that money anyway.
July 1st.
July 1st. So that doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
So are you?
Can I?
Go ahead. Yes, Dr. Jones. Sorry, I didn't see you.
I was just going to ask, would this be a good time for us to bring up the chart and Sean
Yeah.
can actually show what the finance committee looked at that shows the savings? And even if you bring the 250 forward, we're still going to have some infrastructure capital because of what's going on in that building. But I think it might be helpful for people, especially the ones that weren't at the finance committee.
Good idea. Can you share your screen? Is someone trying to pull that up?
Yeah, Mike has that document.
Everybody see it?
Yes.
Okay, so what this chart is, we have been requested to identify how much infrastructure that's in our budget that could be eliminated if we received assurance that the major projects for these particular 3 projects would be funded within the next 5 years. So Tony and Dan Watson and I got into a room in the afternoon earlier this week, or maybe it was last week. And with that assumption that these 3 projects would be funded within 5 years, we identified how much infrastructure in our budgets for the 5-year period could be eliminated. And in the case of the first one I'll go through is in the budget book for Old Greenwich, over that 5-year period, we had $10.9 million of infrastructure spending and 558 of it being in 2023. And of those amounts we identified for 2023, we could eliminate 236,000 of the 558. And then going out to the 5-year, we could eliminate 7.3 million of the 10.9 million that was budgeted for infrastructure if we did the projects, if we did the Old Greenwich project within the 5-year period. Same thing with Julian Curtis. For 2023, there's almost $2.3 million of infrastructure and 7.8 million in the 5-year period. Of those numbers, we could reduce 843,000 out of the 2.3 million, 5.9 million out of the 7.8 million over the 5-year period. And then the big one, Central, we have 4.5 million in the 2023 budget and 36.5 million over the 5-year period. And of that amount, we could reduce 898 in 2023, 898,000 and 32.1 million over the 5-year period. And just so I mean, the 898 seems to be a relatively small number of a reduction on a base of 4.5 million. But we looked at that carefully, and given what's going on at Central, we left in there, I think it was about $2.3 million of masonry work that we feel strongly we should be keeping in there, as we will, you know, if shovel doesn't hit the ground until, for example, 2025, we most likely need to do some masonry work just to make sure that the building remains safe. So when you add those three things together, you go to the bottom of the chart. For 2023, for those three schools, we had $7.4 million of infrastructure. We could reduce our 2023 infrastructure budget by about $2 million. And over the 5-year period, we could reduce 45 out of the 55 million of infrastructure. So significant reductions if we do these major projects. And I think everybody agrees that Central is a pretty important project to focus on. I mean, these three are all, I think, very important, but I think the one we're talking about here, you know, related to Central with the 250 motion.
Can you go to the next slide so that you can see that shown too?
Yes, I should have said that. So what's attached to 4 more charts that show the detail over the 5-year period. The highlights in yellow indicate that those numbers could be fully eliminated. And then any in the pink color will have a number, a replacement number. So for example, we're looking at Central building envelope windows and doors for 2023, 193 in pink. We could reduce that to 100,000. That's the gist of it. So we've done that for those 3 schools, and that's how we get to the 2 million for 23 and 45 million for the 5-year period for the 3 schools.
Joe.
Well, Kathleen, also remember this when you go in and negotiate this position. We reluctantly surrendered 3.5 million or so for a field we were going to put back there. And that got somehow absorbed or swallowed up. And now let's look at this project and say we've saved that by also contributing that some year ago. So that's something you must keep in your hat when defending the position for Central. Number 2, we have yet, and don't want to panic anybody, but we have still not gotten our engineers report for Central. So the urgency is not quite. We haven't gotten the facts on that yet, which it could very well have to hurry it up. If the engineer comes in and tells us we have an issue we need to address, then certainly we'll have to act immediately. But we haven't gotten that report back. So don't, the community that's there, don't worry. As far as we're concerned, we're still okay. And if we hear something bad, which we do have the engineers doing the work, then we'll certainly relay that when we get it.
Further thoughts on this one? Did you have a question?
Does it make any difference if we did an interim request for the planning spending on Central versus doing it for 2023? Like, would it help accelerate the timeline at all?
Well, I mean, I guess Joe is right that we need to get the report. If the report comes in and it tells us that you know, we need to do the work sooner rather than later, then I think an interim would be appropriate.
I'm just going to interject, Cody, because you haven't been on the RTM. Any interim requests that we make have to be first voted on by us, then they go to the BET, and then they go to the RTM and have to meet all their criteria for meetings. So it's not an instantaneous process. So I'm not, you know, it would be a matter
Say no
of,
more.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a reason that we have to go through this long budget process. It's a good point, arduous process. Sorry, Michael Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good idea. I think it's a good idea for a number of reasons, but I think most importantly, moving forward with getting ed specs started on Central Middle School really puts us in a position where we prioritize over the coming years our capital projects. There is a strong argument here that Central might need to go to the front of the pack for a few reasons. One, remember, when we did the master plan 5 years ago, those architects said that this building had to be rebuilt completely in 15 years. In this current plan, in our current budget, that's moved up to 4 years from now, recognizing the real need in the building. We just went through an election campaign where, we heard all about cracked monitors and other concerns about Central. There's lots of rumors about shoddy construction and things like that. We know the building's safe. We also know it's not up to standard. And then finally, the other thing to keep in mind here when we are prioritizing all these things is if we follow the current process, if I have young elementary children in JC, it's conceivable we're looking, and that student would be looking at construction influencing their education throughout K-8 if we went JC and then Central. And I think that's also something. And then look at the savings. I mean, $30 million, for Central Learn if we move it up. So this is a longer community conversation that's going to go on past tonight, where really we have to talk about prioritizing. The master plan we did 5 years ago is not a sacred document. That was our priorities at the time. Priorities change. It's conceivable that Central is changing the priority. And I think we have to be honest about that as a board and take a leadership chance when it comes time to it.
Ms. Kolsky.
So I agree with Mike's comments. I think it's really important that we are addressing the issues of CMS. And I think the writing is on the wall when we saw this in comparison to what we've seen in the past in relationship to CMS, because this has us spending almost $36.5 million in the next 5 years just to keep this building going. And originally we had planned not even to touch this building until 2034, which is a remarkable difference between what was originally prescribed versus what we're seeing now, which is we could build this school in 5 years for what we need to spend just to keep it currently maintained. So I think the writing is on the wall with respect to us needing to bump up CMS and realizing that it's important. And I do emphasize also the fact that while we have the Julian Curtis community, they would, by doing this, they're walking into a brand new school, which is something that currently the students at Julian Curtis won't have, even if the construction starts there sooner rather than later. So I am all in favor of bumping up CMS and addressing this issue, because this is the school that's going to require the most work in the next 3 years.
Anything further on this particular one? Okay. Then seeing the motion on the table is to accelerate the planning money around Central Middle School for $250,000. And per Cody's request, I'm going to go in a different order. Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Christina Downey.
Yes.
Laura Costin.
Yes.
Joe Kelly.
Yes.
Karen.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Karen Hirsch.
Yes.
And Cody. Okay, that passes 8-0. Okay. Do we have any other motions? Right, I'm happy to.
I was going to say, I think related to what Mike just talked about, looking at the Julian Curtis present, you want to talk about that now?
Sure, I'll put a motion on the table, or would you like to put one on the table? Okay, then I'll do it. I am going to put a motion on the table to actually reduce the A&E money, because in conversations, I understand that we feel that we can actually do the A&E planning for a little bit less because of the fact that we have our ed specs are so well planned out. So I was actually I'm going to do the motion separately, I guess. Reducing the A&E money for JC from 1.8 to 1.5. Can I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Downey, okay, discussion. Mr. Kelly?
Well, just quickly, so people understand this, Sean gave us the 1.8 number in anticipation of what it's going to cost to do this. He's now tightened that up a little bit. So we're getting the same thing for JC, but just for a lesser amount. So we're not conceding anything. All we're doing is Sean has now sharpened his pencil and said, well, what I told you we could do for 1.8, we could do for 1.5.
Yeah, Sean, could you actually talk a little bit about that? And Dr. Jones?
Yes, it wasn't my pencil, it was Dan's.
Yeah, I think from last year to this year, the reason if you remember last year, it was at, I believe, around 1.5, and it really was that escalation number. And we think that we can back out some of that escalation, and that 1.5 we thought would be able to do it.
Ms. Kowalski?
I thought it was coming down because we had $200,000 left in the budget to have done ed specs that was left back for last year's budget, and that we were just applying it to this component.
That's what I thought. I misunderstood that. Can you explain that, Sean? I think you have to return that money, right? As it relates to ed spec specifically.
You're talking about for JC, yeah. We'll that was for feasibility, and we will most likely return that money. I think it was about 200,000.
Anything further on that? Ms. Kowalski?
I've said it before, I've said it twice before, so I'll say it for a third time. I think that the work with respect to Julian Curtis in that school, it has a lot of great elements to that project in addressing its elevator issues for ADA purposes. It has HVAC issues which are being addressed. It is also addressing the security issues as it relates to the front entrance and the office. This is something similar that is also an issue at Old Greenwich. And I think all of those things should be addressed. As I've said before, I think I have a big problem with building 2 additional classrooms and the science room for this school at this time, given our current capital restraints, the issues with respect to other schools, and the declining enrollment in and of itself across the district, but particularly at Julian Curtis, that is over the last 6 years down 33%. I don't think it behooves us in being fiscally responsible to be building bigger schools at this point in time, particularly because we can't even address the ADA issues across the board. I'd also suggest that we should have, as a board, taken a different stance with respect to this, because I am very much concerned that if we send this to the BET, it will be one of the things that they don't approve, since they did not approve it before. And I think that we should have taken the $200,000 that we had and taken a sharper look at this school. And if we'd come back and said, nope, this is what we're doing, great, then this is what we're doing. But we didn't give it a second look. And I think that we do a disservice to the Julian Curtis community by not having looked at it again, sending it back to the BET after having been rejected, and running the risk of it being rejected again, only to delay it another year. And I think that we should have redone this. I would be happy to do the elevator. I'd be happy to give the elevator money from Havmeyer and do the elevator at Julian Curtis tomorrow, because I think that's the right thing to do. But I think given the fact that we have ADA issues in multiple schools that haven't been addressed, we have issues at North Street and concerns with cracks with respect to the foundation at that school. We have a lot of issues, and I think we need to be prioritizing what we need to fix and how we need to fix it. So we not only address the beautiful elements, but we need to address the health and safety elements, and we're going to be neglecting those if we tie up capital in building extra classrooms, which we don't need. I'll add one other piece. And that is, if we came with the continue of the priority, remember when we put shovels into the ground, we will literally tie up every Julian Curtis child from K to 8 for the next 10 years in building a school and building these schools, and they will be in construction their entire elementary and middle school careers. And I just think that's the wrong move.
Mr. Kelly?
JC has to be done correctly. It's a 75-year-old building. It's the bones have to be checked. We can't just slap some plaster on the walls and attach some certain features to the building and say, well, it certainly meets some codes. We're okay to move on to a 75-year-old building. Those walls have to be checked. We can't have the same thing that happened in North Myanis, where because we couldn't access or didn't access certain features of the building because it's not normal maintenance, a disaster happened. When you have a 75-year-old building, you take a really good look at that building. Being in the construction business, I certainly understand that you have to make a decision at one point to do things the right way. Sometimes I bought and sold about 100 homes. In doing that, sometimes you look at it, you assume the bones are good, you slap plaster on the wall, you paint it over again, and you sell it off to somebody else. Sometimes you have to go and reassure those bones are correct, and you have to do a proper job and do it adequately. A 75-year-old building is arguably a building you might want to, well, let's go to a old Greenwich, a 125-year-old building is a building you arguably might want to take down and build a new one because of all modern construction features. But we decide not to spend that much money. We're taking what exists and we have to do it right. We can't just slap some plaster on it or reduce the scope. I moved to this town some time ago from overseas. We sent our kids to JC. We moved halfway through the season. Halfway through the school session, and we planned on going to the private schools. We fell in love with Julian Curtis. We thought it was a tremendous spirit in the school, but we were hesitant to stay there. And many who lived in, I guess I had a fortunate career. So there's some parts of town that, and we had some friends that went there as well from the where we lived in town. And we thought the building was old and we thought it was dated. And we thought maybe we maybe shouldn't go here, should go to a more up-to-date school. That was 25 years ago. And this school is still even more in a position that it's in. It doesn't service some of the parts of town that it's meant to anymore, because I asked the principal of some of the people from the neighborhood that I live in, some of the neighborhoods around us, if they go to Julian Curtis anymore. And she told me no, because they're not serviced anymore because the building's too old. It needs to be addressed immediately. It needs to be addressed correctly.
Ms. Hirsch?
I'll point out that when the master facility plan was given to the board and they selected the top 3 things that were to make priorities, that's how JC and Old Greenwich and Riverside, which we haven't gotten to yet, were selected to go first. In the 4 years that we've been sitting here discussing this, I don't think any improvements have necessarily been made there to change that. They still need the work. I have had a student that was at Glenville. If you had seen what that school looked like before they finally went in and redid it, you'd be amazed. But the fact that there was discussion then that the school facility would never house more than X number of classes. Historically, that had never happened. But you know what? They built the school, and within a year and a half, we'd outgrown it. If you build it, they will come. We are not looking to build a building for what we are considering in 5 years. We're looking to build a building that will last 75 years and then some to house that community, which is what it does now, right? They haven't been touched really with a major renovation in 75 years. We're looking for funding for A&E. We're not looking to immediately put a shovel in the ground. And I think, a lot of information will come from that A&E as a discussion point, but their needs have not changed and improved in the 4 years that we've been, looking at this.
Ms. Downey?
Thank you. I just think that it's important for us to realize we're talking about funding architecture and engineering money. We're not making a decision tonight about a timeline for construction or which buildings are going to be simultaneous. But the planning process takes a long time for any of these projects. But none of these projects are going to happen unless we put time in for the planning and the architectural and engineering. So I don't think I personally think we need to ask for the architectural and engineering money for both Old Greenwich and Julian Curtis. And if we have to, people mention prioritization and discussions, I think that's a discussion at our next budget when we see where we are. But right now, at this moment in time, we have ed specs. We're ripe to start the planning process, and it is a very extensive process. It's not going to happen in months. It's going to take probably close to a year for each of these projects, if not longer. Traditionally, if we look, our A&E was over 2 years before we started construction.
Michael Joseph.
There we go. Yeah, I think to Christina's point, it's not too early we need to be honest, and we need to talk every time about prioritizing. We just took a vote that committed us to, didn't commit us, but put us on the road to spending $65–70 million to build a new middle school. We're looking at where we are on the road right now on 3 major capital projects. The Central Middle School, Old Greenwich, which I certainly support, and I don't think I haven't heard any amendments against that, and Julian Curtis. That's over well over $100 million in spending. That's probably too much that is too much for us to absorb, for the town to absorb in a year. It's going to be up to us, because if we don't do it, another board is going to, another town body is going to prioritize these products, these projects. We've already been told that Julian Curtis, that Julian Curtis is more expansive than as a project than even the master plan asked for. So let's be honest about what we're putting forth here, because I think there's a lot that we're piling up, and it's easy to add, but we have to make some tough choices.
Okay, sorry, Ms. Kowalski, then Laura, then I want to talk.
Sure. So for the record, I never said we were going to slap some plaster on it and not do it right. I said it was too big, and I don't agree with adding schools to it, and adding classrooms and the science room, but I do agree that it's got to be done the right way, addressing the health and safety, ADA, and security issues. Absolutely. I also want to state that, from an engineering perspective, when North Miamis happened, we had engineers in many of the schools, particularly older schools, including Julian Curtis, where we spent $7,000 to make sure that there was an engineering study, so something similar would not happen there. So I think we're doing the right things, and I think it is a good project. It is just the wrong size project.
Ms. Costin?
I would just say we need to be mindful as a board of what our charge is. Our charge is to provide for the health and safety and education of our students. And I think this project does just that. I think it's not our job to forecast the BET or do their job for them. They do it quite well. So does the RTM. Right now, we have a school that is not ADA compliant, has HVAC issues, has security issues, has an undersized cafeteria that they are right now using as a gym so that they can socially distance their students during COVID. And I think right now, just because there may be fewer kids in that school, it doesn't change the need. And I think we have to not try to be the BET here. I think we need to do the job we were sworn in to do, and that should be our priority here.
I'm just going to end hopefully with, I see my fiduciary obligation. I agree, Laura, as asking for what we need for our schools. Nothing has changed since I've been on the board. Unfortunately, things just keep getting delayed. That doesn't change the needs. Julian Curtis and Old Greenwich didn't miraculously get better over the past couple of years. And Central Middle School does have new information. And so I do agree with accelerating that. We need to ask for the A&E money. We're not talking about the timing of the construction costs. That'll come in the next phase, but we do need to know what we need. And it is my belief that we need to ask for A&E for OG, JC, and planning money for Central Middle School. It's unfortunate that we are where we are because things had been sort of kicked down the, we keep saying kicking the can down the road, but let's move forward from here. And for me, I still think that these projects are important. Yep, Cody.
We just talked a lot about need. I think it's important to recognize that I think there's elements of this project that are definitely needed, and there are elements that are nice to haves. And when we think about our job being to prioritize competing interests when we have scarce resources, I think it's irresponsible to package things that are needed with things that are not necessarily needed and on their own would not be priorities over other projects, perhaps at other schools. I think what will happen is, for the third time, we'll put this forward, it will be rejected, and the losers will be students at Julian Curtis who need ADA compliance and need some of the health and safety things. And everyone knows that this project goes beyond health and safety, and that for me personally, I wish there were no health and safety projects or ADA compliant projects that needed to get done. But I think until we have all of those needed projects complete across the district, it's very hard in my mind to justify putting forward elements of projects that would be lower priorities than those. I also think that from a practical standpoint, we will be back here and we will just have delayed more time that, this student with a broken leg at Julian Curtis has to hobble up the stairs. And that the sooner we get ed specs done and estimates that allow us to know what it would cost to do the project without some of the nice to haves, the sooner we'll better serve the students of Julian Curtis.
I'll turn to Dr. Jones, but just so you know, we've voted on the JC ed specs now 3 times. And so they passed every time, but.
Yeah, but how are you doing getting funding with those?
Okay, but I'm just telling you what the prior votes of the board are. So we could go back and rehash everything, but I'm just giving you an idea that that's where we are. Dr. Jones?
Yeah, I just didn't want to forget to mention, because we were only talking about JC, but on OG, we also thought we could take that from the 1.8 to the 1.5. We just hadn't mentioned that on both of those.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, assuming we have nothing further on this particular amendment, the motion on the table was to reduce the A&E funding for JC from 1.8 to 1.5. And I'll start with the vote. Kathleen Stowe, yes. Christina Downey?
Yes.
Michael Joseph?
No.
Cody?
But this is just reducing 1.8 to 1.5, so it's
So
kind of
it's
kind of
not
a funny
meaningful.
position to be in, because
Yeah.
I'd like to reduce it to.
Well, then you can make
yeah.
an amendment after this.
Right. So I'll abstain from this one.
Okay. Karen?
Yes.
Karen? Joe?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 5. Did you say no or Michael Joseph or abstain?
I'd like to change mine to abstain.
Of course. Okay, 503. That passed. All right, I'm sure we'll have an amendment in a second, but let's just, while we're doing this for OG, I'd like to put a motion on the table with that new information, to reduce the A&E for Old Greenwich from 1.8 to 1.5. Can I get a second? Okay.
Second.
All right, Cody, you seconded it. Okay, discussion on the item. Okay, seeing none. Laura Costin? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Joe?
Yes.
Karen? I'm a yes. Karen?
Yes.
Cody? Michael Joseph?
Yes.
And Christina?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 8-0. Should I keep going? Okay, I guess. All right. No, if Christina were here in person, this would be her job as chair of the budget committee, but I will keep going here. So now that we have A&E and planning money associated with OG, JC, and Central Middle School, I am then in sort of one amendment going to look to reduce the infrastructure associated with those projects, those specific schools, assuming those major projects get funded. And so as a result, I would be reducing, see if you could follow me here. Old Greenwich by 236,000, Julian Curtis's maintenance by 843,000, and Central Middle School's maintenance by 898,000 for a total of 1,977,000. Can I get a second to that? Anybody? Okay, Laura, thank you. Costin? Okay, and discussion. So I'll open it, but basically I think I explained it there. So now that those major projects, A&E money or / planning money have passed, what Sean's chart showed is that we could eliminate much of the otherwise work we'd have to do if we weren't addressing the needs of those buildings. Ms. Hirsch.
Again, when we talk about transparency and going in front of the BET, we can certainly reduce funds. We certainly can't add them back in. If we go forward with a budget with money built in for A&E for these schools and that doesn't pass, and we've already reduced the funds for the maintenance that is needed to support those schools, I think we'll put ourselves in a very difficult position because we can't add it back in. I think the discussion point is if the funds for the A&E pass, can we then, we can then take this money off? But I think it is not the smartest idea to take them out now when we are not sure if we are going to definitely need it. It's just efficiencies that we could remove if they are not needed going forward. But I think today, as of today, we do need them.
Ms. Downey?
Yeah, I share Ms. Hirsch's concern on this, that we're then cutting money, that if our requests are then cut, then we kind of double shot ourselves in the foot. I'd like to hear Sean's thoughts on these particular items for these 3 schools for next year before we undertake it, or can we do it as a conditional motion? That, I don't know if there's a way to, I don't, this is back to Robert's rules. If the money gets approved by the BET and the RTM, then we will reduce this request. I don't know if that's even practical.
I'd be happily corrected on that, but I think you actually have to put a number forward. And the only issue that I have with this is that in a sense, you're double counting, right? Because if you're choosing A, then you're not.
I totally
getting
agree, but if we don't get part 1 and we've already taken out part 2, then we get neither. If we reduce it.
Those are, I think we could have those conversations with the BET if that was the direction they went at that time, but I hear you. So, Michael Joseph.
Yeah, I had a similar concern. If we think about it, without being annoying, about bringing up the prioritization point again here, because a number of my colleagues here have said that we're not prioritizing right now. We're just getting information and things like that for decisions that happen later. At the same time, if we're cutting maintenance, we are putting us on that road a little bit towards doing those projects. So it's not, we're making prioritization moves without saying so. So I think we need to be mindful of that.
Anyone else?
I would rather leave the money in, and it could be part of the discussion with the BET, because now we've given them a roadmap for if they approve it and approve our request, then we say, well, we're very comfortable with you taking these numbers out. I don't know, that seems cleaner to me, but maybe that's too mainstream.
I know. I just think that, I don't know. I feel like we got hit a lot with the double counting piece, and I think whether this board, agrees or disagrees.
But I think by setting out the numbers, we're making it clear what we're not trying to hide the ball. We're saying, okay, this is what we can do if you give us this, right? I don't know, maybe see, I'd like to hear from more people.
Sure, Cody?
Yeah, I like the way Christina's thinking about this. I'm not worried that if the BET passes these, that we'll be back at a meeting with, Sean or whoever saying, these numbers having disappeared from history. So I think we'll be able to correct and respond accordingly once the BET makes their decisions.
So you're saying take it out or don't take it out?
No, don't take it out.
So, yeah, okay. Anything further? Go ahead, Joe.
It's confusing. You can't put something conditionally forward, which would certainly be the ideal scenario. So we have to put the number forward with the understanding that we're going to walk into the discussion, making sure that they are on the same page that we are. So I guess the only option to safely approach the negotiation is to leave the number in. And then as you leave the number in, you have that to reduce as long as you get some guarantees, some commitments from the money folks.
That's fine. If you want me, do you want me to withdraw the motion? Happy to do that.
I would be in favor of you withdrawing it.
Okay. Michael Joseph, you have a question?
Oh, nope, I left the hand open, sorry.
I was finally catching on to the hands. Okay, so I'm happy to withdraw that motion. I'm done. Anyone else?
Can I ask a question?
You may.
So I totally get, the discussion that just took place, but are we talking about withdrawing the motion for all three? Or are we really talking about JC?
No, withdrawing for all three. It's based on what just passed on the major projects. So you have to follow the same logic.
Okay.
Okay, so let me do some quick math here.
I think Sean's given us the number already.
Right. Well, no, he gave us
Kathleen.
the number without the infrastructure, which is the number but I just did it. I'm just removing 6,350,000, right? So from the original proposal. Yeah, so I removed 6.6 and I added in 250. So I think I got this. Is anyone disagreeing with me, Sean? Okay, I'm going to put forth a number. You guys tell me if you have something different based on the votes we just took.
No,
But
I'm sorry, I didn't know that's what you were doing. I wanted to make one more motion if I could.
oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I moved to strike the Havermeyer elevator project.
Can you give me an amount, please?
No, yep, I have it in my notes. I believe it was 1.9.
I think it's 1.2.
1.2, sorry.
You need a second. Should I just turn to Cody? You need a second for the motion.
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
So I had a question about the Havemeyer elevator, and I believe I put it in an email. And I know it's been a busy day, so I'm not sure if anyone had a chance to take a look at it. But the question regarding Havemeyer is, if I look in our facilities master plan, that there are no major renovations to that building until I believe 2024, 2025, or 2025, 2026. And the first of that is a 0.4 amount, $400,000. And then the larger expense, which is a $1.8 million expense, is incurred in the subsequent year, which let's say, I think is 2026. I assumed based upon the elevator expense of 1.2, that the 1.8 was not going to be done until 2026. So I have two questions. One is, why are we bumping it up when we have
ADA issues at our schools first that aren't being addressed. And secondly, when I look at the master facilities plan on what that expense was going to be, it had an all-in expense on a line item, I believe it was on page 11 of the facilities master plan, of $488,000. So my question there is, what is the difference between how do we get 488,000 there versus the 1.2 now? Plus, why are we bumping it up?
So I might speak to that. So when we met and we were looking at capital, I will say on page 250, there's a pretty good description of trying to take care of the ADA compliance at Havemeyer. It's not just the elevator shaft, but the elevator, when you look in the master plan, I remember we talked about this last year, that's just kind of the box. There's a lot of other work that has to go in to install an elevator, like upgrade of the electrical, all of the things that we've listed here, trying to get an ADA compliant bathroom. It is a public building, and really, quite frankly, from the staff perspective, we know at the rate at which we're moving, there's nothing that's going to happen at Havemeyer for 20 years. I mean, that's truly what we think, because our needs are so large out at the school. And we listened to what the community was saying to really try to make ADA a priority. And we thought it was good in a public building, so that people could access our building, access our restrooms, which they can't right now, even access our restrooms. So that really was the thinking, and that probably the larger project, it's going to be a long time coming at the rate we're moving.
I don't understand. What is the long time project that you're referring to?
Well, if you look in the budget book, Havemeyer is built in 1892. It's not, it's an old building. It is not in good shape. And, it's supposed to have a major project as well. And if you look on that page 228, Havemeyer's major, big project of 20.2 million comes in 2032, but we don't feel like we're going to meet that target even remotely close. And at some point, we have to start doing some infrastructure in that building. It's old. It's a really old building. And so we were trying to be responsive to the community on this ADA piece, and felt like it would be great in a public building to be able to have it accessible for all people.
So where are we getting the 1.2? So what I guess what I don't understand is, if you look at the facilities master plan, it has everything scheduled out. And if you total up all those numbers, you get those large, big numbers for everything. And that's what we've been working off of. So I guess and it does say, when you list out the ADA components, it says elevators, lifts, etc. So how are we assessing that it's going to be then 1.2 million, and why wasn't, so where are those components in the facilities master plan regarding the other 700,000 that's there?
This is back to the same old discussion that we keep having, in that there are two components to the master plan. One is you go in and you're going to do a major project and you take care of the building. One is you just do those minor infrastructure pieces, and everything is not in there. And if you go in and start doing the infrastructure pieces, there are some components that you're going to have to move into that, like upgrading the electric if you're going to have an elevator, and just to tack an elevator onto a building is very different than when it's part of a major construction project. The other thing that's included in here is the entryway, egress locations, the signage. We don't have appropriate signage. The restroom facilities, workstations are not ADA accessible. So it's doing the basic ADA, including vertical transportation, trying to make the building accessible. And really, again, there's an assumption that that's probably all that building is going to get for many, many years.
Cody.
I was just gonna make one comment, which is, I think that as long as we have schools that are not ADA compliant, it is not responsible to spend money on an administrative building to make it ADA compliant. I would much rather divert every dollar there towards ADA compliance at schools until we're done with that.
And I think that's why you have JC and OG being put forward. They both need to be done, and they need to be done aggressively.
Well, yes, but will that complete all the ADA compliance for all of our schools?
Well, when you say ADA compliance, it depends. You know, when you start going into a building, is every door frame the right width? Do the doors open in the right direction? Are all the sinks, or is there a sink in every restroom that's accessible? We have a ton of work to do all across the district. But when we're talking about the elevator issue, these are the primary buildings. That's why they were prioritized in that way in the master plan.
Ms. Hirsch.
I may have missed this when I stepped out, but the fact of the matter is that it does affect our students greatly if parents don't have access to all parts of our building at Havemeyer. For instance, Dr. Heigenthaler, our interim special education director, is on the second floor. Parents, especially parents with young children, with sometimes in strollers, are constantly having to go upstairs for meetings. If they can't access her office, we're limiting their ability to speak with our special education director to have those services for their children. We also have individuals that come in as parents who can't access multiple different floors. It's not just about our staff, but there are people that come in for interviews and can't go upstairs. I think that's why HR is on the main floor. There's also things downstairs as well that they can't access without an elevator. I mean, not just the print shop, but this does affect our students if parents don't have access to the upper and lower floors.
Sorry, Laura.
Also Bonnie O'Regan's office, she is the one who administers all the testing for ALP and such. And I had to drag my kid's stroller all the way up those stairs so that we could have our son tested. So I think, the special ed meetings, ALP meetings, parents attend those at Havemeyer. And I think at this point, we have to prioritize accessibility and safety. There's no other way we should be voting at this point, looking at how long it's been since that law was passed.
Michael Joseph.
Yeah, I think I'm not against accessibility, of course. I just think this is Cody said. We have to put adult buildings at the back of the line. There's other work to do first.
Anybody else? All right, so.
Me in the back.
I'm sorry, Christina, go ahead.
No, I just didn't know if there was a way to do some elements of accessibility without the full-blown elevator, which might help the building become more accessible, but would not be as expensive. I know the whole building, obviously needs work, but I agree with my colleagues who said, buildings where our students are should be the priority. But is there a happy medium here? Not having walked through Havemeyer to check exactly what we're talking about. I don't know, Sean or Tony, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were really trying to be thoughtful and putting children's buildings first, because that's why we know that in 2033 or 4 that Havemeyer is not going to happen. And I think it is important to have an accessible public building where so many people come in and out. Could we just do the bathroom? I suppose, but it doesn't really fix the major issue in that building, because not only are the stairs are also long, they're not ADA compliant size. They're weird, just the width of them. It's not an easy building. And, I think back to just last year when our curriculum office was up there and they were moving a whole set of textbooks and things downstairs, and they have to do that by hand. And, they were using one of those trucks, like the metal kind of truck lifts, to get down the stairs, and they lost control of it. We were extremely lucky somebody wasn't at the base of the stairs. Our warehouse is downstairs for the whole district. So I think we were trying to be thoughtful in the long term, making sure that we really, Dan actually was just sent a note to say, just to remind that the existing wood ramp that is outside is also not compliant.
Just one question.
Go ahead, Cody.
The logic here is we were comfortable not having this until 2033 or whatever, but because our crystal ball says that we don't think we'll do this in 2033, something that we thought previously we didn't need for 12 years, we suddenly need now. Is that a correct following of the logic?
No, not really. It's not. I think last year there was a lot of discussion of even from members of the board that were wanting us just to look at the infrastructure section and not look at major projects. And I think we listened to that input, and there was also a real cry that we needed to pay attention to ADA. So the projects that are in the capital budget are very much ADA focused, and to get those elevators in those buildings. And then Havemeyer was a building that we knew is also in that same situation. It's it's a difficult building to get around. And actually someone just sent me a message and said that not only is the ramp not ADA compliant, but the door is not either.
But what was the relevance of talking about the 2030 in the prediction that wouldn't get done?
Well, because we have to look at every time a project doesn't get done, you have to move things around and you move them out. So now we're into 5 years of a 15-year plan, and we haven't been successful at getting things done. So that tells us if it's still sitting out there in like 2030, now you're getting into not having ADA compliant a building in 2032. That means it's probably going to be more like maybe 2040. I mean, that's a long time out when $1.2 million could at least help get a building accessible, for individuals. And so I think we were trying to be thoughtful, take the input from last year about let's at least get this ADA and make it a priority, and making sure that school buildings are the priority.
Okay, but that does mean that if it was ironclad that project was happening in 2032, we'd be comfortable not doing the project now.
Well, I think if we didn't do the project now, are we comfortable? No, I think, we should be doing all of the projects, but we're so far behind, we know that's not realistic. So I think that's kind of that is what the master plan is, and it just keeps getting pushed back. But no, we should be doing it now, but we know that we can't.
I'm going to raise my own hand for a second, just to interject. We've all heard the first selectman talk about how he'd like to work with Havemeyer and have it in some way. I know there's some debate about that because it's supposed to be deeded for educational purposes, and this is something I'm sure we'll be talking about for a while. But is there any questions if something like that were to happen? I mean, it would still need to become compliant because it would still be a town building, but then it's perhaps something that wouldn't need to come out of the Board of Ed's capital. Have we thought about that?
Is that a question for staff, Kathleen?
I suppose, or anyone really.
Yeah, because we're not really involved in that at all, that discussion.
I'll take that. I mean, that's what I've heard is that there are, and there's been a recent push to look at that building again. And I think it'd be helpful to understand from someone who knows more rather than just a rumor mill. But there is a discussion and people have walked through that. We've heard people have walked through that as of recent in connection with trying to figure out a different purpose for that building. And we've talked about whether or not that made sense to move the administration out of that building and into office space. I think, and how we would pay for that then. But I don't think we should, I think we should be careful about the upgrades and how extensive the upgrades that we're going to do on a building that is, if it's going to be taken from us, that somebody else can pay for that and not coming out of our own capital.
Right. And just to clarify, because I'm hearing, I know that nothing formally, God bless you, has started. But, we're all aware, I mean, I believe the selectmen actually talked about it like a legislative breakfast or something. So this isn't like, this is sort of an open secret. But Joe, go ahead.
There are ongoing discussions about right now doing the analytics on whose building it is, the deeding, understanding the deeding of the building. We do understand clearly that our staff needs better accommodations than are given to them where they are right now. Also, too, during these negotiations or discussions, the Board of Ed's interests will be taken into consideration, and they will be compensated for what position they do have on the asset. So, and we're in the early stages of trying to understand exactly what the legalities are, what the deeding restrictions are, what the rights are. All those things are being discussed and analyzed. No decisions have been made. This has been an ongoing process for many, many years.
Yeah, I was aware of it under Peter Tessie, frankly. This has totally been happening for a while. So go ahead, Ms. Kowalski.
I just want to throw out an idea. Since we're thinking about escalating Central Middle School, you should add on an administrative wing to that building because it's centrally located and it would be the perfect spot to relocate them.
Interesting.
That's a great idea.
But let me, before Karen Hirsch goes crazy. There is a lot of work to be done here. There is a deed that says it must be used for educational purposes. And we should probably formalize something if this is happening where we actually have like a liaison from the board, which sounds like it is you, Joe. This is a process that's starting. I see Michael Joseph's hand, and it just makes me think it's perhaps
Thank
something
you.
that we want to at least defer as a result in our capital. So go ahead, Michael Joseph.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I'd like to call the question because I don't know if we need to spend too much more time on this. I do think there is another field analogy here, in that if there is the possibility, even though it's a rumor, that something else might be happening in this building, all the more reason why spending money prioritizing this as this adult building right now doesn't make sense.
Okay, so the motion on the table was to remove 1.2 million from capital. Sorry, what was the specific number again? I have it.
1.263.
Thank you. 1.263 from the ADA accessibility at Havemeyer. Cody,
Yes.
Karen,
No.
I will say yes. Karen,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Laura,
No.
Michael Joseph,
Yes.
and Christina Downey.
Yes.
Okay, so that is 6-2 that passes. Okay, now I have to redo my math. Hold on a second. Are there any
Sorry.
other amendments? All right. You're all going to check me. Minus. Okay, so I am now going to put forth a motion. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, food services. Sorry. To approve the proposed fiscal year 22-23 capital budget of $30,265,621. Can I get a second? Ms. Costin? Okay, I'll go that way for the vote then. Ms. Costin?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Ms. Kowalski?
No.
I'm a yes. Karen?
Yes.
Cody?
Yes.
Michael Joseph?
Yes.
Okay, and Christina Downey?
Yes.
So that passes, the capital budget passes 7-1, and please tell me I did them. Okay,
If there's any extra, I'll take it.
okay, awesome. So with that, I am now going to move on to the food services budget. Come on, someone else wants to put this motion on the table, or do you want me to do it again? Okay. Okay. You want to do it? Can you read this to me? I have it in front of me. You want me to do it? And you can second it? Okay. Putting a motion on the table to approve the fiscal year 23 food services budget as presented on page 259, including total revenues of $4,354,000, total expenses of $4,354,000, and contribution from the general fund of $225,000. Can I have a second? Ms. Kowalski? Second. Yes, thank you. Okay, discussion. Dr. Carabello or Sean?
I'll say a couple of words. So this budget assumes a back to normal year with a reference year being 2018-19, all pre-COVID. The budget assumes cash sales of 3.3 million, which is slightly more than the 2018-19 actuals. State reimbursements of 0.9 million, also slightly above 18-19 levels. So total revenue 4,354,000. Expenses the same, 4,354, leaving a a break-even point. Salaries at 2,050,000, which is actually slightly down, but it's based on a bottoms-up view of the people. So I think that's a pretty good number. And then supplies and materials are up about 2.8% year to year, and about 8% up versus 18-19. So I think it's a reasonable budget, but again, it hinges on us having a business as usual year.
Meaning no more COVID.
Meaning no more COVID. Well, meaning something similar to 18-19. I think COVID's around for a while.
Any discussion? Okay, take that to a vote. Going this way. Laura Costin,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Ms. Kowalski,
Yes.
yes. Karen Hirsch,
Yes.
Cody,
Yes.
Michael Joseph,
Yes.
and Christina Downey.
Yes.
That passes 8-0. What's next? Okay, thank you. Next up, financial and staffing report. I'll put a motion to put that on the table. Yes, please.
I'd like to put a motion on the table to pass the financial report for period and financial and staffing report for the period ending November 30th, 2021.
I will second that. Okay, thank you. Sean?
Okay, very quickly. So as of the end of November, our year-to-date actuals are at 56.3, or about 32.8% of our full year budget of 171.9. Compared to November a year ago, our spending is up by about 2 million or 3.6%, drivers of which salaries are up about 900K or about 2%, and supplies are up 1.3 million or 93.7%. And again, as mentioned last month in the financials, that's a residual effect of the reduced level of spending that occurred in the first half of last year. And that was associated with the pre-spend activity in June of the fiscal year before that. Services are down 400K, primarily due to late transportation billings. So that will normalize by the end of the year. On capital, overall capital available balance is down to 27.4 million, a reduction of $1 million from the prior month report. The available balance includes 12.6 of appropriation prior to full year 22, and that number is down $500,000 from the October report. And when you look at that pre-full year 22 balance, it's down about $15 million from September of 2020. So we're continuing to focus on closing projects out, especially on the pre-22 fiscal year projects. Also, just quick mention, also included in the pre-22 are 4 building committee projects with available balances of about 2.5. So once those projects are finally closed out with the state, we should be able to give that money back, and that'll take it out of our available balance. Just lastly, on food services, it's consistent with my message last month, is that, it's another year where we're giving out free meals for everyone. So we will continue to see a reduction in cash sales, but partly offset by increased state reimbursements for the food that we're giving out. Expenses are up by about 160K, driven primarily by salaries, supplies and materials, and meal delivery costs. That's it. That's all I've got.
Questions?
Sean, I have a question.
Sure.
And this actually may be unrelated to this, but I understand that we still get free food for all kids. At this point, everybody's provided a lunch for free. How much longer is that going to go on?
Right now, I think it's till the end of the year, end of this year, June.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay. Seeing none. Exactly, as do I right now. All right. So with that, I'll start. Christina Downey.
Yes.
Okay, Michael Joseph,
Yes.
Laura Costin,
Yes.
Joe Kelly,
Yes.
Karen Kowalski.
Yes.
Yes, Karen Hirsch.
Yes.
Hey, just you're voting for yes for the report. Cody Kittle.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 8-0. So let's do agenda planning and then we're returning to our public hearing. Okay, real fast, agenda planning. So I have that we need to, sorry, let me just get to the next page.
Kathleen, can I make a point of order?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Is that I had a motion unrelated to agenda item. Is that something I can do now?
I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
So
good point.
in
You
that
need
case,
you do need a 2/3 vote. Are you trying to add something to the agenda?
yes.
Okay, well, you'll have to do that. You'll have to get a second and then six of us have to agree.
I'll second.
Well, what's the motion?
I don't-
It's so good that you
Thank you,
blindly
Cody.
follow him. What if he
I don't
was like,
care.
I'd like to buy your house in Round Hill?
I trust Mike.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
I'd like to motion to use the $200,000 in this year's budget, FY22, that the BET has already given us to develop alternative ed specs for JC that prioritize HVAC, safety, and ADA.
I'll second.
All right, so the motion on the table is that, no, but now Joe's right, you need to get 2/3 of us to agree, since you're amending the agenda, since you didn't bring it up during the budget, to even take this up.
Well, it's because I didn't, because it's not next year's budget, it's this year's budget. That's why I didn't bring it up. I'm talking about this year's budget, because the BET left it in this year's fiscal year 22.
To use the money,
Right.
I see.
Can I just make a comment just to see before we get the 2/3 vote? I think we have the money, it's our money to spend. And it's a belt and suspenders approach in case the BET throws Julian Curtis back. It is a way in which we could present alternative plans just in case, so that we don't lose ground.
That's right. Exactly
it.
right. This is Plan B.
It's really
We
not,
haven't got-
it's really not like in sort of, to use the word, legal order to do things this way. So I'm going to take the vote on the process, and then if you want to add it to the agenda for the next meeting in a more formal way. But let's basically, are we even hearing this motion is what the vote is on the table. So I'm going to go with a no. Cody,
Yes.
Karen,
No.
Karen,
Yes.
Joe,
I need more information, so I'll say no.
and Laura.
I am conflicted because I don't want the BET to tell us no. I want to have a plan B.
Well, we
but
could add it to the agenda for the next meeting. We're just talking about the process right
Yeah,
now.
I don't know what the process is at all.
Tonight or no? You could, do you want to add it now for us to discuss? So that's a no. Okay, Michael Joseph, I assume you're a yes. And Christina?
No.
Okay, so that fails 5-3. So, but now we can talk about an agenda planning if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, so we're,
So wait, this can come back. We can do this again?
sure, we can add it to the agenda.
Okay.
Well, you guys can make a request to put on the agenda, then we talk about it at the chair meeting.
Is it not in legal order? I'm confused.
It was not because he tried to add something to the agenda at this point in the meeting and so when you do, and by the way, if it were a special meeting like all of our prior meetings have been, you wouldn't have been able to do it at all. But because this was actually a regular meeting, because this happened to line up with the fact that for some reason this was a meeting that didn't get impacted by the COVID new rules, yada, yada, yada.
So this comes back next month.
So this on form of process, in order to add to this meeting, you would have had a 2/3 vote.
Okay.
So yes, we can now, so you'll suggest that we add it to the agenda. We'll talk about it at the chair meeting. I have no reason why I wouldn't on its merits. So anyway, but that's the process. So now that we're at agenda planning, it seems like for the January 20th meeting, Michael would like us to add relooking at JC's ed specs. Is that right?
If you, yes.
Okay, it's a request. Okay, we also are talking about, we moved, as you guys can see, we were supposed to discuss STEM reports tonight. They were ready, but we thought this would be too meaty of a meeting, Karen and I decided. And we were right, since we are at 11. And by the way, we are totally falling within the actual guidelines that we laid out. So I want to keep going, because I'm so impressed with our planning. So as a result, that looked like a good move. So we have, we're adding STEM, but hopefully the STEM reports back to the January meeting. And then I think you guys also wanted to hear more detail from Dr. Stacy. Is that fair?
It is
Yes.
fair. However, let's just talk about this, Karen, for one quick second, because we have a board retreat at Havmeyer on the special education plan, what, a week and a half later, 2 weeks later after that, which is just that. So let's give some thought to whether or not it makes sense to bump it up.
There's a difference between presenting the action plan and then giving an update on said action plan.
Fair enough.
That was my point. It's just, it was presented to the public and their input was given. We have not had that privilege. That's all.
Agreed. So I think that's fair. So that is a distinction with a difference.
It's just my request, and you guys can discuss it in your chair meeting, and it will be what it will be. But
no, I like that idea too.
And PGC Title IX needs to be added probably back on.
Point. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Are we adding that on as a discussion item, or are we adding it on as a vote?
I think, to be honest, I think we have to figure out when PGC is going to meet vis-a-vis when the January board meeting is. So you could pencil it, but I don't know if it's going to be ripe for January 20th, because it has to be, if we do anything, it has to be posted the Friday before. So TBD.
Well, I just know, I mean, I think that's, maybe we have that as a quick discussion then with Shipman and Goodman. Aren't we kind of delayed already in this, having the Title IX? Needs to be.
Yeah, but I think but if we're not ready for a vote, we're not ready for a vote, but we don't even know when we're going to meet and have a discussion with them. So to know whether, I think you could have it as you could put a placeholder for the January meeting, but I don't think we know. And if we do anything, it would be a vote. It's not gonna be a discussion item. It's already been a discussion item. So it would be an action item.
Okay, we could talk about that at the chair meeting. Yeah, Joe.
How do we do this building committee thing for the safety road? Do we have to vote on having a building committee? How does it work? Do we know? Let's put it this way. Let's find out in the time now, but let's put it on the agenda if we have to put that, or we have to vote on it. So
Well, that'll be put together by the first selectman.
but how do we release him to do that? It's our, from what I understand, it's for us to ask him for a building committee.
That's right. So, all right, let's talk about, when we would do that, if we need to do that at the next meeting or after that. Okay. Good point. Okay.
I don't think we as a board have to vote on that.
No, I have to make the request, right, of the first
Yeah.
selectman. So then the other thing, sorry, that I'm forgetting about is the calendar, right? That's coming back as well. The Board of Ed meeting calendar. And that's hopefully we could vote on that once we've made those amendments. Okay. Okay, it's getting, yes.
Can I suggest adding the strategic plan to the February 3rd board retreat? I'm hopeful that maybe at during the board retreat, that'd be a good time to talk about as a full board direction around the strategic plan and moving forward with that.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Okay, so I think we've got a lot of stuff heading into January and February, but that's okay. Okay.
Oh, wait,
Yes.
we need to add racial imbalance.
Yeah, not yet though. More like later. Like more like, let's talk about the chair meeting, but I think we can push that off a couple months.
Okay.
Let's not make our lives even harder, but okay. No, but okay. Okay, anything else before we go back to our public hearing? Okay, seeing none. Kara Philbin, come on down. And then after that, it's, sorry, I'm gonna, Marija Makala, Maria, sorry. I think she's online, right? Go ahead, Kara.
One sec. Masks should be mandated for, should not be mandated for students. It should be choice because we have had great progress in natural immunity, vaccination, therapeutics, and treatments in the past 18 months. Everyone, especially those at high risk who choose to, have had the opportunity and access for vaccination. Therefore, why do we continue to harm our children with mask mandates for our own false sense of security? The various state and local school mask policies create a two-tiered system, vaccinated and unvaccinated, while ignoring natural immunity, that violates students' privacy and could stigmatize those who choose to maintain medical privacy. We are striving to be an inclusive community, yet we are supporting policy that discriminates against children and families. For every doctor quoted in the newspaper that says there are no health risks, as noted by the District 8 RTM rep in this week's editorial, there is a doctor like the highly regarded Dr. McDonald who testified under oath in court stating, "My position is simple. Masking children is child abuse. There's substantial evidence that shows that children have been medically, physically, and psychologically harmed by mandatory mask mandates. I've seen hundreds of children in the last year come to my practice who are coughing, spitting, sick in the throat, streptococcal infections, conjunctivitis, impetigo, allergic reactions, panic attacks, all from masks. Not a single child has benefited medically from wearing a mask, and they've all been hurt." Or Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of a liposomal mRNA delivery system, who Sunday night at a global COVID summit said masking children causes jaw changes, developmental harm as children need to see facial expressions to develop normally, delays in language, disconnection, causing depression, suicide, drug addiction, differences in IQ of 20 points, and bullying and harassment. The fact that mask wearing presents a severe risk of harm to the wearer should standing alone not be required for children, particularly given that these children are not ill and have done nothing wrong that would warrant an infringement on their constitutional rights and bodily autonomy. Promoting use of a non-FDA approved emergency use authorized mask is unwarranted and illegal. The mandate is a direct conflict with 21 U.S. Code Section 360 BBB, Section 3B 1A 1 through 3, which requires 30 the wearer seconds. to be informed of the option to refuse the wearing of such device. Misrepresenting the use of a mask as being intended for antimicrobial or antiviral protection, and or misrepresenting masks for use as infection prevention or reduction is a deceptive practice under the FTC. It is clear there is no waiver of liability under deceptive practices, even under a state of emergency. As such, forcing children to wear masks is similarly forcing use of any other non-FDA approved medical product.
Thank you very
without the
much,
child or
Kara.
the child's
Okay, we're
parental
going
consent
next
is
to
illegal and
Marja.
immoral.
Thank you. All right, we're Raja, she's on, I'm saying her name wrong again. Laura, say it. Maria, she's online.
Hello, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Tonight, I'm going to be ceding my time to my daughter to speak.
Hello, my name is Lauren Nikolajczyk. I'm 8 years old. Before I start, I just want to say from the first speaker of the night, I love the idea of a therapy dog for the schools. But if you didn't have masks, it would be much better. I'm here tonight to ask you to let parents decide if kids have to wear masks. I'm homeschooling because me and my parents didn't want me to be in a building with everyone I see wearing a mask. I feel so bad for the kids in school who have to wear them. It's hard to see and breathe. And if someone is sad, you can't tell as easily. All you're doing with a mask is wasting your money on a useless thing and getting yourself more sick than you think you would get without a mask. It says right on the box of masks that they do not protect you from COVID germs. Once I saw a friend who was wearing a mask and took it off and put it on the counter of the sinks on a public bathroom. When I saw her put it back on her face, it was so gross, I thought I was going to puke. Who wants to put a germy, dirty cloth right on your mouth? And you cough and sneeze in it? Yuck! And let's go back to the beginning. What happened in just 2 weeks? Did it just turn into 2 years? Or is it forever? Are the kids going to be wearing masks forever? It doesn't make any sense. If you do get sick, it builds your immune system. With all due respect, stop enforcing mandates that hurt kids. Thank you for your time. And now I have to go to bed because you made me stay up till 11 o'clock waiting.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. That was quite enjoyable. Yes, it is late. Sorry. Next up, and Andrea Ott, followed by Roger Rosendahl, who'd be our last speaker. Do you see either online? I don't.
I don't see any of the remaining speakers or any of the speakers we skipped earlier online.
Got it. Okay. Well then, happy holidays, everyone. Happy New Year. And can I get a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Would anyone like to second that? Oh, wow. Okay. Well, Karen. Okay. Here we go. Can I have a vote? Laura? Joe?
Yes.
Karen? Yes. Kathleen is a yes. Karen?
Yes, please.
Cody? Michael Joseph?
Yes.
And I think Christina just signed off. So 7-0. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody.